Hello, everybody. What's going on? TCH Live Thursday, not Monday, but I'm still your host, Aaron McAvoy. Aaron here, hanging out with you this evening. Welcome to the show, and welcome me back into the booth. I've been away for, God, what feels like too long. Now I'm getting some feedback in my headset, so I'm going to go ahead and shut that down. All right. So yeah, for some reason I can hear myself as like an echo in my headset. So have a little bit of troubleshooting to do on that end. Anyways, okay, so got it sorted out. So here we are. We're back. We're cooking, and we're playing some 510 uncapped. You can see a bunch of familiar faces around the table here, and we're starting things off with a $25 PLO bomb pot, which has checked all the way through on our first go round. 4 diamonds, 10 of diamonds. See if anybody's got anything to speak of. Jay here working with an up and down straight flush draw on top. Jay win here, top 2 pair on bottom.
7 folds, that she's so sorry. She doesn't know how she screwed it up.
So many cards, so little time. Let's see here. So we got a bet 150 here from Jay. That ought to thin the field. Bones going to stick around. Can't see his cards yet. There we go. He's got nut diamonds and 2 pair on the bottom. Jay win here, going to slowly and deliberately fold the top 2 on bottom. It's a decent enough hand on that one board, but when you just don't have anything to go with it on the other, no real redraw, anything of that nature, you just got to let it go. Anyways, here we go. 3 players to a river. 9 of clubs, queen of hearts. So the heart flush draw completing on bottom. Ming here is going to make the 4 high butt flush here. Checks to him, he checks behind. He had just an up and down straight draw and a bad flush draw on top. So sticking around with some pretty speculative holdings there was Ming. But this is actually going to just be good. As Bones here with 2 pair on top is no good to the superior 2 pair to Jay. I was like, wait, I thought he had a flush draw, but he actually had the 2 pair as well. So a little rusty here, getting things going, you know, back up in the old poker brain here. Looking in the chat, I see a bunch of familiar faces in there as well. What's going on, everybody? We got Raina. We got Intramorph. We got JTMNY, JTM New York, I guess. Skullbone, what's up, Frank? Poker Monkey, of course. What's going on, y'all? DSLC, what's up? Okay. All right. Yeah, welcome everybody to the show. We're going to get the 2-card show rocking and rolling now. As I am going to try to get my YouTube up and rolling so that I can do some wagering with all of y'all. I'm flying solo here tonight. Miss Carolyn is not going to be joining us. Wow. Wow, what a hand to start things off here. Very first 2-card hand of the stream. Slicer waking up with number 1. Jay-Win number 2. And this is a battle of the blinds here as Bones has King-Queen and raises up out of the small blind. So all of the cards condensed into the blinds and the straddles. Slicer here has number 1. This is going to go open, 3-bet, and 4-bet. All in a row here, and Jay-Win is going to think this is an amazing spot for him. As, you know, obviously Bones can be opening a wide variety of hands, most of them going to be some sort of Broadway small pair type things, you know, if he's getting off of the sort of beaten path of standard opening ranges. Plenty of stuff that can be pushed out with a raise, so then Slicer can be sort of punking him every once in a while. Of course, when you face this dynamic, even if it is in the blinds, you always have to give credit to your opponent for having still the top portion of their range. This is going to be a jam from J-Win. He's just going to pile it for a massive amount here. And this is going to be Cooler City no matter how this plays out. Rip it one time. J-Win needs a king. His diamond is covered, so running diamond's not going to help him. 6 here. 7 could be a chop. Needs a king or a 7. It's a 9 of diamonds. And just like that, first hand of the stream, J-Win going to get coolered down to the felt. Slicer here, just an absolute setup for that man. And this is the yeah, Max Payne for sure for our friend J-Win. Pretty nasty way to start things off. Whew. Sometimes poker just sets you up too. I can tell you from my experience out in Vegas here, going out to play the main as well as a few smaller tournaments, that the setups are real, and when they happen, there's just nothing to be done. I mean, what are you going to do there as J-Win? Are you gonna call, play out of position in a 4-bet pot? Sure, you could do that. Or if you're going to raise, you're going to pretty much go all in with everything you got. So, yeah, you're just going to get toasted. Pretty rough stuff, but J-Win will rebuy, and he will bounce back. Of that, we can be sure. All right, finally got my tablet up and running, so now I can do some gambling. Poker Monkey wants to know if J-Win will have that on his vlog. I imagine he might. That is a pretty spicy one to put in there. It is definitely not a positive one, but, you know, it happens. And J-Win's been pretty good about adding all sorts of different content, not just like, oh, watch me beat this guy with aces or whatever. So, you know, we'll see if it makes it in. All right. Onwards and upwards, hand number 3. With the $25 straddle on here, Johnny going to go ahead and raise this up from early position with a couple of 9s. Rick over there in the 9 seat, going to go ahead and make the call. Caitlin going to squeeze here now in the cutoff with Jack 10 suited. I like this. Facing a single open and a flatter behind, there's definitely a good opportunity to attack. Jack 10 suited going to play very well. And flops the toppest of pairs, which is 1 pip over Johnny. So Johnny could definitely find himself committing a few more chips to the pot here. And Caitlin, with the top pair, can definitely be continuing. I'd like to see something around 1/3 to 1/2. She's going to go 320? 420. Puts the 420 out there, so a large wager, not a small one. This is a pretty disconnected board. It's really difficult for your opponent to continue. And so when you bet really large, I mean, yes, top pair of 10s is, you know, nothing like super amazing, but betting that large, you're pretty much just taking it down or maybe getting called by like 2 over clubs, you know, something like that that has a ton of equity. So I can understand putting in the large wager and just flushing everything else out. If you are going to try to get called by some of the middling pairs, though, 9s, 8s, 7s, whatever, that can definitely be in the open and call the 3-bet range of your opponent, go a little bit smaller. But, yeah, Caitlin here, happy to take that one down, and does.
Sorry, I made you repeat that 3 times.
We're in Austin.
All right, looks like my chat has frozen. Let me reopen that. I didn't even see how I did on my wager. Scrolling back up. Oh, I rolled a 43 and lost all my points. Sweet. J-Dub saying that it's not a very educational hand to put in the vlog. I mean, that's definitely true. And, I mean, who knows, right? Like, everybody's got their own different style. Jay definitely has been focusing on making his vlogs sort of informative and giving some insight into his life and things outside of just individual poker hands. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, is it the most informative? No, it's just sort of a spot where you're just going to get kind of coolered. But showing that, you know, you can get whacked in a spot like that and bounce back, buy right back in, and continue playing, and hopefully, you know, claw your way back out of the hole. I mean, that certainly makes for a compelling story. Anyways, we are 3 players to a flop here, and I think someone's got top 2. That is Jay there with the top 2. Neither of his opponents flopping anything to go, so this is very likely going to be a bet and some folds, but let's find out.
165.
Pardon me. I'm going to try to not cough into the headset here for all of y'all's eardrums. Did pick up a little bit of a chest cold out in Vegas there towards the end of the trip. As far as I know, it's not Ebola or monkeypox or the Ronas. Just some congestion, a nice little cough, and something that could, you know, explode your inner ear workings if I'm not careful. So I'll do my best. So Rick actually leading out on this board. Didn't see that at first. Yeah, Rick here, of course, in the 9 seat. Leading out with the 2 overcards and some backdoor straight opportunities that aren't really valuable enough to be tanking this out this long, I don't think. He is going to fold to the raise from Jay. And yeah, that's pretty much just the way that one needs to go. Top 2 there on a very connected board is very strong, but vulnerable if you don't get more chips in the pot now. And could miss your opportunity. One also get drawn out on. So, like the raise, like the fold, next hand we go.
I was talking to Dustin yesterday. I was like, dude, can we just get another me in here? Somebody that wants to like know how to do it. Consistently. You guys like our work. 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold. I just want them to be kind of like
All right, on to the next hand we go. Folds all the way around to the blinds and the straddle. Johnny here in the big blind, waking up with a pretty hand. He's going to make this 75 to go with the ace-jack offsuit. And Ming in the straddle will make the call. Heads up we go to a flop. Out of position with the betting lead here. Johnny still out in front with the ace high. Just going to check it over. Ming will check it back. Queen high board's definitely going to favor the caller in a lot of scenarios. Paired board, you could probably go for a small bet as Johnny, just continue along there, but does go for the delayed C bet on the turn, and Ming lets go. Skullbone wants a top and some top hours. Yeah, I think I can do that. Never mind. Looks like somebody else took care of that already. Ah, Miss Carolyn is in the chat. What is up? And she wants to gamble. Well, I just punted off 500 points a little bit ago. I should have waited for you. I fired him off at 6:09. So give us another, whatever, 25 minutes or so, and we'll make it happen. Mo the Cat here making a comment about jamming the 5K into the bet of 775. So there's a couple of things that could be said about that. Let's finish this hand really quick because we've got Rick raising from UTG, a couple of 4s, getting called I think just by Ming. A couple of kings out on this flop here, along with a 6. Ming here going to. Oh, this was a limp into the straddle and then a raise, I guess. Ming comes out firing. Rick here with the 4s. I mean, this is definitely not an intimidating board. Does have the 4 of hearts for some backdoor equity, and Yeah, you can't really just lay down a pair at this point. And bingo bango drills a 4 right on the turn. 4's full now for Rick. That was a miracle card. Ming here, of course, not going to be afraid of that card pretty much at all. The bigger issue for him is whether or not he wants to continue building this pot out of position. He says yes. Going to bet half pot here to the tune of 100. And Rick just going to make the call. He's like, if you're on a flush draw, let's see if we can get a heart here on the end. Cannot. 7 of clubs. Turns out that the heart would not have been good for him to get any additional money from Ming. But now that this is bricked off and Rick has stuck around for 2 streets, I think Ming should go for a check now. Could also potentially go for a small block bet, but he's just going to go 150 here. And this is a little over 1/3, not quite 1/2. And I don't know, it's a little bit of an awkward sizing because now the pot has grown and your opponent is now raising you. 420 is the size of the day. And Ming's just going to get away from this instantly, so he is not going to even think about paying this off. But yeah, it's a little bit tricky there. I suppose if he bets, if he checks, then Rick is going to bet more than 150, so he's just sort of trying to set his own price. It's got all the workings of a block bet. It's just a little bit large. The block bet is generally intended to get value from hands that are weaker, that can still call, and yet, you know, sort of puts players in a position where if they had like pocket 10s or something somehow, would just never really feel that good about raising. So they kind of just have to call. So anyways, just sort of an interesting hand. On to the next one, Slicer here in the hijack. Queen 9 suited, he will raise. Jay will call. Johnny here with 2 jacks on the button. Just going to call. Interesting play here. This is not something I would have expected unless he had some sort of spidey sense about Caitlin trying to squeeze this pot or something from the straddle. But here we go. Comes ace high. Both Jay and Slicer going to make second pair. And this is going to be really awkward with the 2 jacks. Bet of 75, so small wager here from Slicer. Jay calls, and Johnny is going to make the call as well. So isn't going to lay down the 2 red jacks to this limited aggression. 3 players still to the turn. Johnny out in front, but kind of a dangerous looking board. Here comes another overcard. It's a king of diamonds, and Slicer now. Let's see how he handles this. Yeah, I think the standard is just to sort of check and give up. This board is just way too dynamic here.
Can you hear me? All right. 5 check. Yep. 7 check.
Jay checks, Johnny checks, and as this goes check, check, check,
Go out. It's okay.
gonna make Johnny feel a little bit better. And my God, the last 9 in the deck peels off, giving Slicer and Jay both trips. The queen will not play, so Jay can only chop here. Or I mean, he will chop if he sees a showdown. Bet of 500 here. This is a full pot size bet. Jay with 3.3K in the stack. 1K in there. The full pot size bet is sort of polarizing, right? It's like, of course, there's still being 2 other opponents. Now it went check, check on the turn, so you can definitely take some hands that you maybe wouldn't normally bluff this size with and put it in there, just because it's going to be so tough for your opponents to have anything. But yeah, still, well, Carly is mucking his 9s, and this is a chop pot, yeah. So that fact has been remedied, and we're all on the same page now. Yeah, so chop this up. But what was I saying there? Oh, yeah, raising with the 9-10 there is not really going to accomplish that much, I don't think, because I don't think you can get called. Every once in a while, this is just going to be like a weak ace that is just going to bet really big and be like, maybe somebody folds an ace. You know, the guy in the middle, a little bit worried about the player behind, something like that. If you can get him to fold an ace, then, you know, obviously that's a big win.
This close to going back.
It's a little bit tricky to even think if that's going to be a play. But you're more often than not just going to check and try to get to showdown, because why attack when a 9 comes off if you don't have it? I don't know. Tough spot there to really figure out all of the inner workings. But those just go bet, call. And of course, the jacks are easily out of the way. All right, Slicer with number 1 again. First time it was 2 red aces. This time it's the 2 black ones.
It was illegal when I got there. Left.
Rick here in the small blind with a couple of deuces. He's going to make the call. Everyone else out of the way. So here we go, heads up. Last time it was aces versus kings. This time it's aces versus deuces. Let's see if Rick can make another set. If he had pocket 4s again, he would be feeling quite good about this. However, he's just got the lonely little deuces there, under pair to the board. Checky, checky. Slicer going to check this one back, as you do very frequently on these low connected boards against a player in the blind. Of course, this is from the small blind, so they are going to have some small pairs that are going to connect in this region, but not a lot of 2 pairs. Rick does go for the probe here on the turn. Slicer going to happily make the call in position, and it's another 4 on the end. So deuces and 4s here for Rick. And once again, this is a spot where you don't want to go big. There's no point in going big. He's going to go half pot, and you really are not going to get called by a better hand for that size, I don't think. Maybe ace king with no club, I suppose. But half pot here. Slicer now going to come in for a raise. And yeah, Rick is not loving this spot. For his sake, hopefully does not convince himself that his opponent has some sort of busted club flush draw or overcards or something of that nature. Another one of the perils of betting out of position with a hand that really just wants to get to showdown and see if it's best. Saw the same thing with Ming a couple hands ago against Rick, where Ming led out on the flop, bet the turn, bets the river, gets raised, and he came to his fold decision quite quickly. But Rick here in the blender, and yeah, this is just always the tricky spot. It's like, how do you have anything, but at the same time, like, being out of position, having started my betting on the turn, getting called, and now here we are, like, what's going on, right? It's a really tough spot to be in. Whereas if you just go check, check, check turn, he bets, maybe you peel one off, you check river, he bets again, you just ditch it, right? But Rick, a non-believer, and Slicer going to get max value once again with his ace. Rick is like, wait, are 2s better than 1s? No.
So many aces.
Easy game when you just get aces every time, eh? Let's go ahead and take a peep net earnings, shall we? Slicer there, well up, over 6K. Jay and Caitlin also in the winners column at this point. Jaywin, of course, getting stacked, felted on his first 5K buy-in. Running kings into aces on the very first Holdem hand, for those of you who are just tuning in. All right, hand number 9, 1 orbit on the books. $25 straddle is on. I believe we're just putting that on every hand. Is it mandatory or? Okay. All right, not mandatory, but pretty much everybody is doing it.
Heads up.
Rick limps. Everyone else out of the way. Jwin will check his option, and we go heads up to an ace-high board here. Jwin, a whole lot of not much here. Backdoor straight and flush draws. Rick, though, limping the button. And now betting this flop to the tune of 60 bucks. So full pot size bet here. Jwin is just not even going to do anything. And Rick is going to show the ace. I don't know if I would show the ace there. You sort of announced that you're not willing to open your button with even your raggiest aces. I mean, everybody can sort of assume that that's a rag ace under there. But giving away information like that is kind of a big deal, because if it folds to you on the button, you should be opening with all of your strongest hands, and your ace-high hands are going to be some of your best, because your opening range is going to be super wide. Generally speaking, at least from like a GTO balanced opening range on the button, super wide. You're going to be opening all kinds of suited garbage, your connected off-suited stuff. Like, you're just going to have a bunch of garbage, right? And so if you aren't opening your aces, particularly your suited aces even, you're going to be dramatically unbalanced when it comes to a standard opening range. And so then if people recognize that, they'll be like, oh, wait, so your button opens are going to be much stronger than we would normally assume. And that's really valuable information to have. So definitely wouldn't show the ace there. That's fine. If you are going to limp your buttons.
Ming, I really like this.
All right, Caitlin, Ming, Johnny, and Slicer. 4 ways to a 10-high board. A couple of deuces out here. Nobody connecting. Caitlin is best with the ace-high.
8 check.
Checks to her, and she's going to check back. I think a little stab here is warranted. Your ace-high might just be best, and if you get everybody to fold out all of their middling stuff and just take the pot down now, that's fantastic. She does check back. And these aren't even players from the blind, so very unlikely for someone to have a deuce in here. We do check through 4 clubs on the turn. Caitlin picks up the nut club draw. Checks to Johnny. He's going to fire out 125 here. Caitlin will make the call. Slicer's out of the way as well. So heads up we go to a river. 7 of hearts giving Caitlin 2 pair now. And Johnny here first to act. Gonna have to go for another bet, 2/3 pot, something like that, if he's gonna rep like a bad 10 or something that checked through the flop, just like a 10-9, 10-8, whatever, and is now like, okay, I'm going for value, and you know, let's get it. As it stands, he bets 275, which is somewhere around half pot, I think. And I think Caitlin's got a pretty slam dunk call here. She's got a bluff catcher. She interacts with the clubs in not the best way, but yeah, this is, if you go folding your 7s, especially your nut 7, you're folding way too much. Caitlin makes the call. Johnny is bluffing with the king high, trying to get her to fold an ace high. Pretty much exactly what she had. Had she not paired the 7, I think she's folding to that size. So I think Johnny knew what he was doing, just didn't quite work out, given the fact that that's 7 of hearts connected with his opponent's flush draw.
I haven't met you before. What's your first name?
All right, just about 7 minutes until I can gamble it up with Miss Carolyn.
I did it that 1-2 table I was at. I wouldn't say all the time though.
525.
I don't know. I think it's pretty spot on.
I'll take it.
All day, right?
Except for you're probably taller and more muscular.
I don't know about the more muscular part,
We
but I am
still
tall.
have 1 seat available here.
Seven call.
Johnny here going to
9.
first position. Queen Jack offsuit. Caitlin will release hers. I think certainly if you're going to play it, I would play it as a raise. Slicer going to come in for cheap out of the big blind with the 10 deuce suited, and Jay will check his option with the ace 7. Certainly a spot where you could go for a squeeze. Anytime you have an ace in the biggest blind and it's limps to you, I mean, that seems like a pretty good spot to squeeze it up. Also, with your middling stuff, especially ace 6, 7, and 8, you can just check. Perfectly understandable as well. Checks through on the flop. Jay bets the turn, but Johnny picks up a pair and gets nothing more. Andrew with a $5 super chat saying, hold me seat on my way. Awesome, man. Look forward to seeing you here.
Thank you.
All right, Jay gets value on the turn and river, betting another 105 there on the end. Johnny looking him up. No, Andrew.
This kid's not getting it.
Andrew, yeah.
I don't think he wants it.
525.
Are you gonna find out?
Well,
All right, 5, 10, 25.
particularly Bert really wants to do a gender reveal, so I
Ming first to act with the ducks,
Be a golf
and he's going
Either
to
it'll be black
whack.
or gray, and everyone will be confused. They're like,
80
wait,
bucks
is
out
it
there, it
gray
looks
or
like.
89 full.
Says 75. I thought I saw a red chip in there. But.
I definitely thought about it.
Folds through. Back over to Johnny in the straddle. Ace 9 suited, definitely a hand to continue with. And yeah, this is a bet of 80, not 75.
They're either going to be awesome or scarred. We'll see.
Johnny here going to take the ace 9 suited and raise it.
75.
I don't know. This is a spot that I'm not super studied on. Like, I don't remember my ranges very well. Ace 9 suited against under the gun. I'm usually just calling here, but maybe taking your ace 9 through 6 suited or something in that sort of department and squeezing with it just fine. I mean, it's against single razor though, so there's not a lot of dead money out there or anything aside from just the blinds. Does raise it up to 275. Ming makes the call, and here we go. 8 high board. Johnny doesn't continue. Interesting. Ming happy to check behind. 7 of spades here on the turn. Ming the only player controlling a spade. So check, check, flop. Check and about a 300 into 565, so a little over half pot here on the turn. Yeah, and now Johnny's just going to let this go. I don't know. This feels like if you're going to raise against an under-the-gun range with ace-9 of diamonds and get called, you have 2 overcards. You've got backdoor straight, backdoor flush opportunities. Like, if you're not going to continue barreling there, repping aces, kings, queens, etc., then you're really just kind of giving it up. At which point the ace-9 suited might be better played as just a call. I don't know. Interesting hand for sure. Matthew Farmer here in the chat wants to know any big hands tonight. Yeah, the very first Holdem hand, I would say, was a pretty big one. Aces versus kings, very first hand, and Jay Wynn got felted by Slicer. Then Slicer got aces again, got some nice value out of his opponent who had deuces. Deuces won that last hand, though. Ming taking that one down. And he's back in the mix. He's got ace-king here in the straddle. Folds over to Jay Wynn, though. He's going to raise it up to 75. And Ming will re-raise. Cutoff versus straddle. Definitely a standard 3-bet. Jay Wynn here with a very standard call. play this one in position with a strong hand, but not, you know, super pumped about building a pot or getting re-raised. Does make the call. Heads up to a flop we go. Ming going to be out of position, but with the betting lead. And comes ace high. There you go.
He's just telling me he's got a bunch of action on Dolphins win total already. And Super Bowl and AFC Championship.
Ming going to play this one a little bit tricky. Going to check this over to J-Win. Most of the time, especially with a hand like sevens, I think you're going to be just happy to check this back. Because it doesn't make a lot of sense for your opponent to check an ace high board after they 3-bet you. Like, that is like their board. And so when they check, it should raise some internal alarms. And Jay-Win here, of course, just happy to get the showdown if he can. The thing that some people will say is like, well, what if he's got king-queen? What if he's got king-10 or something like that? Like, don't you want to bet and get those hands to fold? And it's like, yeah, except for those hands wouldn't check the flop. Like, they would just bet every time. So those hands don't exist. So then it's like, all right, what does he have? Maybe like 8-9 suited, like 8-9 of clubs or something is just totally giving this up. Could be. Guess what? You're ahead of that hand. So just check it down. Just try to get to showdown if you can. That is exactly what J-Win is doing. And now the jig is up. Ming recognizing that his opponent is unlikely to have a jack at this point. Also unlikely to have a 5, given the fact that this was an open free bet and a call. So yeah, time to get some value if we can. Gonna fire 275 here, and this honestly could just get paid off. I mean, I think if you fold sevens, I mean, what other hands do you have that play it like this? You probably bet all of your aces on the turn, win check two for a second time, so you don't really have very many of those. Unless maybe you've got some ace deuce, ace 3 suited, whatever you want to mix in there. J-Win is just gonna let this go though. He's sort of like, no, Ming, like, you're not willing to bet that flop. Like, that's just your board. You should always be betting that. So this has got something's up. J-Win sniffs it out, lets it go, and does not commit any more chips to the pot. All right, we've got a poll here wondering if we can get to 100 likes by 7:30. I think we can. What do you guys think? I've done my duty. Hit the like button with the force of an angry ostrich. How about you do the same? Help us out. See if we can get there. It is time for the gambling to happen. Ms. Carolyn, are you still with us? Are you hanging out in the chat?
It's kind of already giving you the impression.
I didn't think I was.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got ace king, so I would have had salary.
Rick here, not putting on the $25 straddle this time. All right, gamble time indeed. I'll let you decide, Carolyn. You want to go first or second?
We're having some difficulties in the front office. Throwing games, trying to get Brady.
I'm just going to leave it up to the gamble gods as to who actually gets theirs in first, because it sounds like we both are ready. So I'm going.
Whatever.
All right. Well, I wish you'd gone first because I bricked again. All right, that's one for the bad guys. I guess I'm sure that was for 20, right? So, yeah. All right, J-Win here, opening it up from the low jack with 2 black 9s. Caitlin here from the straddle. Ace queen suited. Ming tried to sneak in there with a call out of the small blind. So Caitlin going for the squeeze once again. 420 is the wager. J-Win here, gonna make the call. And Ming with the king 10 offsuit. I mean, this hand really does not perform well, especially in a 3-bet pot multi-way. So I would definitely advocate for letting this hand go. You're just going to be dominated too often. King, queen, ace, king, right? Those sorts of hands are going to be in there. The 10 is usually going to be live, but like, my God, you really don't belong in here. Caitlin will be rewarded for her squeeze. Comes ace high, a couple of hearts out there. 925 in the middle. Let's see what size she goes for. It's like 500, so a little over half pot here. Nice chunky sizing here. Definitely going to put Jaywin in a tough spot with all of his sort of king-queen type holdings. King-jack, whatever he may have continued with. Having the 2 black 9s here, I think, is a pretty easy fold. But Jaywin is going to go through all the motions, make sure that that's the choice that he wants to make. Skullbone here really trying to get me thrown under the bus. Thanks, dude. All right, so Caitlin getting one through there. She will move up to 1.5K in the positive. Let's take a look at the net earning. Slicer here, still up the most, up over 6K on the day. Jay and Ming also hanging out in the winners column. Bones really hasn't had an opportunity to play. So he is in the straddle and probably won't have an opportunity to play this hand either unless it somehow limps to him as the 7 tray offsuit. Slicer going to raise this up with queen jack. Jay will make the call with sailboats. Andrew says he's halfway here, so we'll see Andrew on the felt here momentarily. So Jay making the call, Ming for some reason calling with 9 deuce offsuit. I want to believe that this is a card read error, but you just never know. He's on the button and has lost a few hands here as of late, so perhaps just looking to sort of mix things up. Like nobody else is playing the 9s and the 2s, right? Rick here calling from the small blind, so it went 4 ways to a flop, comes 10, 10, 8. Yeah, when these pots get really multi-way like this, it just kind of really hampers your ability to continuation bet. And Slicer recognizing that, even though he has the 2 overcards and the gut shot, is just a really tough board. If you bet, get raised, you're going to have to fold. It's just sort of awful. You check it, hope that maybe one player bets, and you can just call. As it stands, Jay does make the bet. Rick makes the call with his 2 overcards, and yeah, Slicer will play as well. So 3 players to a turn. 9 of diamonds. Slicer running good. Instantly picks up the queen high straight. Rick here with the jack blocker. Still with the 2 overcards. Thought about it for a minute. Does just check. Slicer, natural check as well. And I think now is the time for Jay to just check behind and hope to somehow peel off a 4 on the end. Does check through. It is a jack of spades now on the end. And now with the top pair for Rick, 4-liner, 1-liner, however you want to say that, to a straight on board. Rick, I think, should just be checking, hoping to get to showdown. Slicer now, I think, can go for value. Try to get value from pretty much a 7, I guess. There's something like 7-9 out there. He unblocks the 9. So when the flop went bet, call, call, then checks through on the turn. Like, there's definitely some 9-7s out there. I bet 425 for around half pot. I think that's the right size to target a 7. I think a 10 definitely would have bet the flop, so there's not a lot of trips out there. And any 2-pair holdings are going to be pretty disincentivized to call. Yeah, the king-jack goes into the muck very quickly. Slicer takes down. And there you go. All right, next hand underway. 5, 10, 25.
So do we have anyone? Four folds.
Yeah, so I've been getting recommendations.
I want to give a big shout out to all of the local Texas players that made deep runs in the main event.
9.
It's Seti, the Poker Traveler, coming in
1 raise.
fantastic run. Day 1A, or day 1, I think it was day 1A chip leader. Just absolutely cruised for days. Made a fantastic run. Had Nate Kogel, made a fantastic run as well. In fact, outlasting Poker Traveler. And then Cameron, going on an absolute tear, beast mode, all the way into the top, like the final 4 tables. So lots of talented players here from the local Austin area and just around the surrounding area, coming in, repping it, playing their hearts out, and getting oh so close to glory. All right, Caitlin and Jay Wynn here, both players with a 7 in hand. Caitlin with the superior holdings of a queen high. Caitlin, the pre-flop aggressor from the small blind, Jay Wynn calling. She c-bets for 40, gets called by Jay Wynn with the double backdoor, and when she shuts it down on the turn, Jay Wynn able to pounce, fires out, and takes it down. Yeah, Pez. Yeah, Seti definitely had a pretty gross run out on that hand, and yeah, I mean that's just kind of the way it goes. You run pretty pure to get that far in a big tournament like that. Long levels. You're just playing so many hands over that period of time. You've got to be just running so good and then get it in just such a perfect spot, kings versus jacks, and have them hit a set. Pretty painful, that's for sure. But that is tournament poker, and tournament poker can also be over in a few hours, as it was for me. I went out in level 3, I think it was. I think that's right, level 3. I could not get anything going. Well, that's not true. In the first level, I got a lot of things going. We were playing 6-handed. We got Jay raising here with Little Slick, so we'll see if he just takes it down. He does. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I know Bart. Yeah, Bart Bogard came in, had a really good run as well. Fantastic showing from him. Yeah, shout out to Bart for sure. But yeah, so the starting table for me was brilliant. We were playing 6-handed, and I was just sort of table captain right from the beginning. Managed to go from 60K up to almost 80 in the first level. Things were going really well. And then right before the end of the first level, our 3 remaining players sat down, and they all had thick European accents, and you can imagine what kind of dynamic change ensued. 2 of those players were to my immediate left, and the other one 3 spots to my right. So I went from being table captain to being table pinata, basically, and pretty much didn't win a pot after that. And I wouldn't say it was necessarily just because some strong Euros came in and pushed me around, but I just did not run well. And yeah, everybody made a good pair or trips or a straight or whatever it was, and I just kind of got run over. It was pretty painful. Got it all in with second nut straight and a royal flush draw. And my opponent had the nut straight. And I break the flush draw. So that was that. It was out. Fired a few more tournaments, and that was all she wrote. No cashes to speak of. Slicer there. Gonna take down another one out of the blind.
I've never had it either. I don't know. I'm sitting up here.
How sure are you that you're
On your high horse.
I'm in French in high school.
Yeah, so kicking the donks nuts. I love that name, by the way. If these guys are tipping just $1, what should a 1-2 table tip? I mean, Yeah, it's sort of like
Yeah.
25.
everybody's going to have their own style, right? Some people are much more um, generous when it comes to tipping. Like, I typically, if I win a big pot, I'm going to tip more, right? And I think that's pretty standard. A lot of people do that. Other people will just like tip $1 every hand. It's like, look, you dealt a hand, you get $1. You know, like that's the way it is, and they feel fine about that. And you know, there's no right way. I think everybody here in the chat pretty much thinks, you know, basically the same. But there's something to be said for, you know, you cooler a guy or something for 10K or whatever, and then you tip $1. Like that feels a little bit gross, and I think everybody can sort of recognize that. Does it mean that you had to tip a blackbird? No, you don't have to do anything, but you know, the tips generally are going to be commensurate with the size of the hand, up to a point, or down to a point, however you want to say that. I mean, I think like if I win a $12 pot because everybody in the blinds folded to me, like, am I gonna tip like $2? No. Am I gonna tip $1? Still probably, but
Have you ever
you know,
met China England? She's a female poker player that I hang out with.
use your best
So
judgment.
Chicago. She sounds like this.
I actually don't think I have an
One
accent with
full
the
It's like, oh God, Caitlin, I bluff off all my chips. I play so well, but I can't sit there.
the long names.
All right, Rick here in first position. Couple of jacks, couple of J wins, couple of J's. Gonna raise this up. 85 to go. All of the jacks accounted for as Jaywin finds himself one. Bold play here facing an under the gun open from Rick, who has shown a propensity to limp aces on the button and such. You would suspect that his under the gun opening range is going to be quite tight. It's going to pounce though. Isolating in position is Jaywin, raising to 250. Rick will make the call. Going to play this one out of position, but with the best hand right now. Comes king high, two-tone. Rick with a very natural check over to his opponent. And he's going to lead.
Like a fast food type place, but it's really good.
540 in the middle, and he's going to bet 250 for half pot. Jay is just going to let this go because his hand has absolutely no playability. So this is going to work, but I mean, that is a pretty
No foie grass.
ambitious play. King high boards are going to be very good for your opponent's range. They're going to have all of the ace king. You certainly can have some ace king too, but if you have ace king, are you really going to donk lead it? I don't know. I mean, you kind of block the hands that you want your opponent to have, like king queen and king jack, that are going to bet. So you would kind of want to check and let them bluff with their ace queens or whatever else they might have. So kind of unlikely that you're going to be leading with a hand like ace king, and if you're not going to do that, then you're kind of, I don't know. It's just sort of an interesting play. In any case, does get the job done, and Jay folds away his tiny little 2% of equity.
No.
7
No, me, no.
I had it yesterday.
Ace 8 is fine. It's fine.
Oh.
Very dramatic, Ming.
He knew he was gonna flop the flush and get paid off. That's it.
You ready all the potential, but
just-
not flush, you know.
That's how
Nice little
devastating
$5
that
profit there for Ming.
Live 25.
Donks Nuts pointing out that Bones has not really played a hand yet. Bones, I would not call the nittiest, all caps, but he has not seen some good cards tonight. So that much is very true. Go ahead and peep some B tips here really quick. Yeah, Bones playing 10% of hands. Definitely below the Lottie line with those numbers. However, we're only 22 hands in, so 2 orbits. I've been card dead for 2 orbits more times than I can remember. I've been card dead for 3, 4, 5 orbits before, so it happens. Jay here with the Jack 10 suited, gonna go for the squeeze, and he takes it down.
Oh, do you pick Freddy's seasoning, Freddy's sauce, Freddy's fries sauce? She's talking about
KJ wants to know if everyone's hands are really small or if the cards are just really big. No, their hands are tiny. It's how we screen the players, actually. You're not allowed on TCH Live if your hands are over a certain size. So thank you for pointing that out. That is one of the requirements to be on the stream. Tiny hands. I'm glad Padawan producer Kristen got a good chuckle out of that across the way. Bones has a hand, and he's in the straddle, so he's going to play unless this somehow just goes raise, raise, raise in front of him. Jay will open Queen 8 suited. Rick here thinking about it. He's got a couple of 7s. It's a hijack open. 7s here could play as a 3-bet or a call. He's going to play this as a call. It is always kind of tough to play your middling hands as a 3-bet from the small blind, just because there's going to be a ton of flops that aren't going to be great for you. But that's going to be the case either way. This way, you just get to play a smaller pot without the betting lead. Bones does make the call. Both players with pocket pairs being outflopped by their opponent, who makes top pair. And Jay is going to bet here half pot with the pair of queens.
I was taking Spanish, and you know the word prueba? I think it's quiz or question in Spanish. But I had to raise my hand, and I couldn't say that word. I kept saying prueba, prueba. Everyone laughed at me.
Every single time you have to ask a question in Spanish.
Rick here thinking this one through. This is a tricky spot. You're in sort of the man in the middle here, and you've got Bones to act behind you, so you don't really know what's going to happen. Bones, of course, is going to make the call. He's got the 9 of hearts for a little bit of backdoor equity as well. Jack of clubs here on the turn. Bones will check this over to his opponent. And Jay now will check back here. He's just going to give his opponent a free shot at a heart if he is on the flush draw. And whether he is or not, the deuce of spades is the biggest brick in the deck. Bones did call out of the straddle. There is some possibility for 3-6 in there, which did just improve to a straight. Bones does not have a hand that can go for value, not even a block bet. So he is just going to check this over, see what Jay wants to do. And Jay will go for value, half pot.
Yeah, I just see that. Yeah, every time I like pause for a second, they all turn around. Like, what is she staring at? Why isn't she putting this card out? Too bold.
Does make the bet, and Bones will let it go.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've just been through too many live streams of us getting hung up on the card getting misread, the burn cards on the flop somehow.
Lasercat Alpha says you're not allowed to play big hands. No, your hands have to be tiny, but you can play big hands with them. We've already seen Slicer play aces several times with his tiny hand. So, yeah.
Queen of clubs is not coming.
It is kind of funny. Kristen's just over there cackling, giggling, you know, on the other side, so she's loving it.
5 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
It definitely brings back the memories of that. I think it was a Taco Bell commercial, right? Where the guy had like the tiny little hands. They were like trying to make their burrito look bigger or something. Oh, it was pretty funny. Yeah, they just like shrunk the dude's hands so he has these tiny little hands, and it was kind of a funny little sketch.
There's actually a concert in Vegas with all those.
He had to have his friend like feed him the burrito or something because his hands were too small for it or something. I don't know. It was kind of silly, but I'm sure somebody in the chat has seen it. Looks like we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. This is a limped pot, if I'm not mistaken. Queen high board once again. Couple of hearts, one diamond.
Exactly. They're like,
Seven
ah.
check.
And we had some middling aces and a king. So yeah, here we go. Everybody whiffing. Checks through to a free turn card. Pairs the board, 8 of spades.
Three check.
So Johnny and Bones
Sorry, we're having some
will be
technical
chopping this pot
difficulties with this hand.
unless either of them connects with a pair on the end. They will not. 2 pair on board here.
Two check. Because I flipped between. Three check. Seven check. Yeah, he wants
And
to
check, check, check all the way through. The aces are going to
I have
chop
3
this up.
times. I haven't
I
played
need
it
red
in
chip.
2 or 3 years though. I haven't played it since 2019. I
Thank
want to say.
you.
So you didn't come to this year either.
I didn't go this year. No, I had something else planned. I had a wedding to go to.
All right, well, Bones has played a couple of hands. Let's peep the V-pips again.
Thank
And
you.
as he's played
600.
a couple more there, his
But it's fun.
V-pip percentage climbing
Definitely do it.
up to 13%, still below the Lottie line, so we will keep an eye on that. PFR, pre-flop raise,
Yeah. I mean,
coming on in here. Bones, Ming,
yeah, I'm planning
Rick
to
and Jay all holding the bottom of the table there. Slicer, Jay Win
But it's like so different, you know.
doing the most raising
I definitely need
pre-flop.
like more stuff like on the tournament, you know. It's very different with the cash we play a lot.
I mean, honestly, I don't think
Live 25.
All right, $25 straddle is on.
No, what I mean,
maybe if you go deep, study up for it. Yeah.
I mean, I still that should
Rick
be
went
like
to get
some stuff that
beef
you
jerky
be aware
or
that
a
in
beverage.
tournament instead of cash
So
game, you know, like
he is not
I-
at his
I'm-
seat
I'm
for
not
his
seeing, like,
hand.
you generate
Folds all the way
things
over to
like
Jay Win, who is going to open from the big blind. King 4 suited. Slicer will defend from the straddle.
Apply that to
And here we go, heads up between these two players. Battle of the blinds.
understand that, you know,
Both players will pick up a pair. Jay Win bottom pair.
you have to play a little bit
Slicer middle
no,
pair.
hold on. The main event is a
Jay Win will check it over. Slicer will check back.
So like you have to play a bit more cautious in some spots, so you can be more aggressive in others.
6 of diamonds here on the turn. Brings in the front door diamond flush draw. Of course, neither player controlling a
A lot more
diamond.
psychology.
Checky over to Slicer, and yeah, I think this is a spot to go for a small wager,
It's very easy to give up, right? It's
which
very
he does, 75 to go.
easy. Just my time to buy.
Jaywin will make the call here. His opponent can do this with all sorts of stuff, you know, just
like you mean the main
10-7
and,
with a
like,
diamond or something.
It's
10 of spades here on the end, and quick checky, pair of 4s, pair of 7s, sorry, pair of 9s, and a Slicer will drag the pot. So when Slicer plays, he wins for the most part.
just structurally, like the levels are longer.
Thank you.
Instead of like 30-minute
Aha,
levels,
Annie,
it's 2-hour levels. Right?
Okay, yeah. What's the level time for the main event?
2 hours.
2 hours. 2 hours.
So basically,
That's bloody long.
you never really run into getting short because the guys go up, right? Like you get short because you lose, right?
Yeah.
You
You
don't-
chase a
you don't
draw,
get
you
short
you
because-
get a big draw and you miss.
All right, got some chatter here in the chat box. We got Carlo joining us. Hey, what's up, man? And Poker Monkey saying that the Dallas TCH monthly meetup game is going to be July 31st at 1 p.m. Hell yeah. That's awesome.
2 hours. You know, so.
I have 7 players. Actually, he is on
July
Ball
31st.
pot.
Let me pull up
Bump up.
my
No bump.
calendar.
Yeah, so
I feel like it's the week before that. That is the week before that is the big tournament at Choctaw
So,
and
for
also
tournament,
here
if,
in
like,
the Austin
your
area.
skill,
So I
and
think
your
that
lock, like,
31st.
how do you like
just
let
might
50
be able to
50,
make
or you
it.
guys think?
You
I'm
have
gonna go ahead and
to
put that in my calendar right now so I don't forget.
5%, 5%. Block versus skill. No, I have no idea. But it's a lot of
The thing is, it's an 8-day tournament, so like
Recheck.
you have to get extremely lucky, but you also have to play well. Like you have to be.
Yeah,
one
I
of
mean,
the-
you easily one time you don't get lucky. Like
All right.
you bust out. It's over.
We've got PLO bomb pot on the hour, every hour. So here we go.
Yeah.
Jay here gonna flop trips on the bottom board.
7.
Really, you just have to avoid being unlucky.
Puts out a bet of 100.
I mean, if
Also
that's the level, it's
has
like 2
a
hours,
pair
I think
and a
it's-
gut
it's
shot on
good if
top.
you play
Not
all the cash
particularly
game,
inspiring
it's good for you.
holdings, but when you do have one of the queens, you can Put a little stab out there, see if you get rid of everybody. Oh, actually, it looks like, oh no, Slicer probably went for the check call. In any case, we do have 3 players here off to a turn. Slicer with bottom set on top. And some backdoor equity, I suppose, on bottom. Johnny in there with a boat and top straight. So not seeing those cards scanned in until just now. And yeah, Johnny has a lock on this. He is winning both boards hands down. Unless the board were to pair. Yeah, Slicer's just out of there though. And Jay will make the call. He is drawing dead. Deuce of hearts on top does not improve his hand, so he will not be committing any additional chips because of that board. 6 on the end on bottom. Bricks out for him there. No, he's got a straight now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. With a blocker on the queen. Checks it over to Johnny, who bets 400, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're only playing one board, and it's now not even the nut straight, but yeah, he's going to call. It's sort of like, how do I lose that board? And I lose to queen 10 real hard.
And then straight
yeah,
to the queen.
So Jay is now going to notice that, yeah, queen 10 just completely destroys him. And shaking his head, laughing like, oh man, that was not a hand I thought you could have. And sure enough, there it is.
I heard they played the 7 a.m. yesterday.
All right, Poker Monkey here saying they're the last Sunday of each month. Okay, we're just doing it every time. Well, there you go. I mean, I probably should have known that, but sweet. Looking forward to it. I hope I can make it.
Yesterday, I saw probably like 4 of the 10
I saw one hit on Tuesday when we were watching over there, or some guy open. Yeah. Is that it?
Coco or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, look up.
Yeah, it was 6, 7, or yeah, that was so stupid.
I saw the hand where.
Your tournament live that far into the tournament? With no club? He had no club in his hand.
7 fold.
Middle position open, king line of 10. 7, 8, 9 flop, check.
All right, 25 is on. Rick here in the hijack with queen jack suited.
9 raised to 65.
I'll make this 65 to go. Opting for a slightly smaller opening size than the standard 75. Oftentimes what you'll see is, you know, a very conventional size like 3x. Something just becomes the standard open. And, you know, it'll just be a consistent size throughout the evening for everyone. Rick here, going to mix it up. Jay Win going to 3-bet him. 275 to go. This wasn't open to 65, remember. So this is a large 3-bet. A little bit too large, if you ask me, but Rick not going anywhere. He is going to make the call. Oh, sorry, Jaywin's in the small blind. Okay, I saw him behind to act. I thought he was on the button or something, but no, the raise size makes a lot of sense if he's in the blind, especially the small blind. So you're going to raise to a larger size in that case. 4x is perfectly reasonable. Okay, so queen high board here. Pretty tough spot for Rick. He's only on 1.5K to start the flop action. C-bet of 225 here from Jay Win. Rick with the top pair. Backdoor straight and flush opportunities. This is a slam dunk call in position. If you had a hand like ace-queen, you could definitely raise. King-queen, sort of borderline. It appears that Rick is going to raise the queen-jack, and the unfortunate thing here is that when his opponent continues and does not just fold, he's going to then find himself in a really tough spot because, in fact, Jaywin's just going to pile it all now because Rick has so little chips left behind. And when J1 goes all in, Rick is now completely committed. He was probably going to get felted anyways, but the way that you commit your chips to pots is always important. The thing for Rick is that when you have top pair and the stack to pot ratio is what it was, which is like 3-to-1, you're pretty much committed with your top pair, but you want to get all the chips in a way that allows for your opponent to have a bad hand. If you raise here and J-Win has something like ace 10 or something, right, that he's just like c-betting, and then you raise him, well, he's going to fold that hand, and that sucks for you. When you raise and then you get re-raised like this, or, you know, every once in a while he just calls you or something, like you're just hating your life because, yeah, and he knows it, right? Like Rick now knows that his hand is probably not good, and yet he only has 850 behind, and this pot is massive.
Oh, someone told me about this. I got a text this
So,
morning.
tricky spot. The way that you navigate these ones are
Any queen is a
pretty interesting.
that makes sense.
Jai wants to know what the dealer's listening to. That would be Padawan producer Kristen. They have the headsets so that they can communicate back and forth with the production
But
staff.
like if that's early,
They got to get all the things sorted out in real time. You guys get to hang out with me in the past.
9 call.
But it makes sense that you fold there, though.
Rick is going to make the call. He does still have substantial equity, but really would like to improve. Picks up the king of spades. That's a good card. Queen, jack, spade. Here on the end, it's a jack. And there we go. Rick is going to get his money in well behind, but still with about a 1 in 3 chance of coming through, and does indeed find it there on the end. So J-Win here losing to the aces on hand number 1 and can't win with the aces on hand number 28. Tough spot here for J-Win. Really good position for him to get some chips back, and just not going to go his way. So a little shake of the head over there for J-Win. I know that feeling all too well. The run good will come back. So we're going to get Rick's chips counted down. Carly doing God's work out there, counting down all of these stacks. And from there, we will discover exactly how much Rick chips up to. As of our internal counts here, it looks like we are going to get him moving up to 3.54K. And as we get that sorted out, we're going to go ahead and take another peek here at our net earnings.
Shoot, Kristen. Oh, yeah, fine.
Slicer still moving in the positive direction. Snap started up 5K, has added an additional 1.7 just about since that time. Caitlin up over 1,000. Jay, the only other player in the black/green, as Ming has now dipped ever so slightly into the red. J-Win, after suffering another defeat in pretty unlikely fashion there, is going to find himself stuck a little over 6K. Rick there, much needed double up, and that will move him into the green as well. Okay, there we go. We hadn't updated because the hand had not quite read yet. So there we go. Jay down nearly 8K. And by that I mean Jay win. Tough spot. Looks like he may be going to the locker for a reload. And we will continue along here. TCH Live Monday edition. I am your host, Aaron McAvoy, AA Run. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. As I think it's time for another gamble. Carolyn, are you around?
Why can't we just give me pocket deals and let me flop the pot? I got 8.
All right, folds all the way through to the straddle. Johnny gonna just pick up some free dollar bills, y'all. Poker Monkey wants to know where Anderson is. I'm not sure where Anderson is, to be perfectly honest with you. Haven't seen that man in a little bit. Not since before I was out. Anyway. Oh, that's right. I said Monday, didn't I? I'm so used to doing the show on Mondays that here I am. It's just motor memory to say that it's Monday. It is Thursday. And 510 will continue to be on Thursdays. So I got to get used to saying 510 Thursdays. Man, change is hard, you know? Thanks for pointing that out, Pokemonkey, of course. This Thursday. It's good to be back on Thursdays. You know, once upon a time, I used to do the show on Thursdays, then moved to Mondays, and now here I am, right back where I started. All right, Jay Win here. Couple of black sixes, going to raise this up from the cutoff. Ming will call from the straddle position. We are experiencing some slight technical difficulties, but we're going to get things sorted out. We're going to continue along with this hand. 2 aces and a queen on board. Check, check. 3 clubs. 3 diamonds, I should say. Ming's still checking. I definitely think that a bet could have been in order there. Does go for the check call, though, on the turn. 7 of clubs now here on the end, and Ming with just jack high, no club in hand. Sort of an odd place to bluff. And did he just turn over 1 card and bet $75? Very strange. Turns over a card, bets 75. And Jaywin folds quite quickly. I'm not too sure. I don't know. I mean, that one's just weird. That one's really weird. I mean, I guess it worked, right? Jack high, greater than 2 sixes. Pardon me.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. It was Nick Schulman's tweet.
Have I commented on the 10-man final table at the main event and how it went all night? I haven't. I have not. Yeah, that is one hell of a grind, a marathon. I mean, they were going to play down to 9, and there's just too many chips in play. This is, what, the 2nd largest main event of all time? Pretty epic. Yeah, I was out there. I was planning on playing the D flight. Like, I'll blame WSOP for my failures because I was planning on playing the D flight, and then they sent that emergency tweet and all sorts of stuff trying to tell everybody, like, look, you're going to play 10-handed. It's going to be awful. Everything's going to suck. You got to play the C flight. So I'm like, all right. Went and signed up for the C flight, and then dust. So it's clearly all of their fault. Yeah, so stuff just happened over here, but I think we're going to be back up and running here momentarily. As it stands, we've got Johnny and Ming playing a pot here. Ming with flop bottom set, Johnny with 2nd pair. Check, check, flop, and yeah. Bet 60 on the turn. Johnny here just going to try to eke a little bit of value out of his opponent who might have some sort of draw or an inferior pair. Ming now goes for the raise, but it's a small one. It is small enough to continue or to keep Johnny around. So there you go. It's a queen of spades here on the end. Another overcard to Johnny's pair. He should definitely just be checking here. And Ming now with 4-10 in the middle. You got to think about what you're targeting. What checks flop? Like even like King 5 or something like that isn't going to check that flop. So he tries to keep it small. Tries to keep it small enough, and it's just not happening. 10 instantly folds.
I know. When Canvas
Carlos saying hopefully they can iron out the kinks for next year. Well, here's the thing. Like, there are always going to be kinks in that tournament, and pretty much in the entire series. Like, there are just so many people that show up to play these things. It's great. It's brilliant. I wish that there was some way to have enough staff and enough tables and enough everything to just, like, slam dunk it every time. That would be brilliant. It's just probably not going to happen. I mean, like, the big problem this time, right? It wasn't even tables. It was they didn't have enough dealers.
Yeah.
Like, literally, the whole cash section and where they were doing the sit and goes for the satellites or whatever, that whole area could have been committed to running these tournaments. And then they were just sitting there empty. Like, they just literally couldn't put enough dealers in seats to make it happen. And that's pretty crazy, right? I mean, like, you got to imagine there are enough people out there that don't have a job, and poker dealing is a pretty straightforward thing to do if you have, some level of math ability and such. So I don't know why they can't find competent dealers to fill these spots. I don't know. I just don't know that they're going to get that fixed, because that seems to be the sort of bottleneck. Another queen high board here. Queen 10-8. In all of my ramblings and the technical difficulties, I'm not sure if I missed out on Miss Carolyn. Is she around? We going to do another gamble? Or is she just going to hit and run me for the 20? All right, this is where the technical difficulties probably start kicking in. We've got 3 players to a flop here. Queen 10-8. 2-tone. So Ming here with second pair. Gut shot for Rick, and ace high with backdoor diamonds and Broadway draw for J-Win.
Oh, yeah.
Do apologize for the delay here, trying to get things figured out. I'm not exactly sure what all's going on. I'm not the computer wizard when it comes to this new system, so I'm not sure. But Kristen is diligently working, trying to get things figured out.
She looks like the dude who's married.
Working with our fine friends from Poker RF to get things sorted out. Or RF Poker, I should say, not Poker RF. RF Poker.
Still not recognizing it.
I don't know where this guy is.
There for her.
You got it? Maybe.
So while we're getting the cameras focused and everything sorted out, let's see here. What can we talk about?
I don't even know who's
Yeah, let me know here in the chat who all else was out at WSOP, whether you played the main event or just some smaller events, whatever it was. What you thought of the new venue, playing at Bally's and Paris, and just generally how your trip went. I personally think that the new venue worked out quite well. The narrow corridors and everything that were sort of standard over at the Rio were definitely not mitigated. And yet, for some reason, the congestion did not seem to be as bad. So I'm guessing it's because the corridors are longer, right? Like when you're at the Rio and you wanted to go between, the main ballroom, whatever that one was, I can't even remember the names, and get out to the smoking area or whatever, like all of the different corridors, or all of the different rooms all went through the same choke point. And so you just had all these people just like milling about, talking with their friends and shit, just gumming up the works. And so the traffic flow just really wasn't good. Whereas I feel like at Paris and Bally's, if you wanted to go somewhere, you had to walk a long ways to get there. So there was just a lot of flow, and all of the people sort of occupied the space,
Ate that 100.
but it still flowed. So generally speaking, I thought that
What, check around on the flop?
just the logistics of it worked out quite well. It took a little while to figure things out when I first went out there for the housewarming event. You know, I was like, all right, like, but does it matter which kiosk I print my ticket from? I don't think so. So I go over to Paris, I print my ticket, and sure enough, it tells me, yeah, you're going to go over to Bali. So I have to walk all the way back over and stuff. So that was a little bit annoying. But obviously, I don't think there's like a way for them to force you, like, oh, you printed your ticket here at Bally's, let's make you sit down at Bally's. Like, you can't do that. It's all part of some, you know, nebulous system. In any case, that aspect of it was a little bit annoying, but really, it was like print a ticket and walk for 5 minutes or something. I don't know what good would be. I'm just still looking at the top-down view from the table.
One of those people you gotta send.
But I can see. I mean, I'm looking at the pass. So what do you want from me?
Roaring, you know? He says something to the girl, bro, and then switch.
Oh, not yet. I mean, it's getting close. I think like a hand is ready to be played. Sorry, Kristen's asking me questions. I'm not sure. Pardon me. How best to be of assistance to her. So, doing my best here. All right, let's see here. So, Carlos says he liked it much better than the dump of the Rio. Yeah, I mean the Rio, it had its charm, right? Like, it was sort of our spot. We knew everything. Like, you'd been there so many times before. You knew where all the things were. You knew how to like run to the restroom, or you knew how to run to the noodle place before everybody else got there. They had those little things, but yeah, the new setup I think is better. I didn't try to park, so I have no idea if it was better or worse or whatever in those respects for the people that drive out. So don't have any data there. But really, I thought it was run pretty well. It went pretty smoothly. Rockets fan mentioning that fold by Diaz. Yeah, when he had queens full on the river, I mean, yeah, that was a pretty sick fold for sure. I mean, it's always one of those spots where you either look like a genius or an absolute idiot, right? Because like if his opponent ever did have like Jack 10 or Ace Jack or something and it's just trying to push him around there and gets away with it, it's like nightmarish. Which is why, you know, from a balanced GTO standpoint, like, you just don't fold your best hands. You literally don't fold them because if you get bluffed even one time, it's like you literally are folding every hand that you have other than the stone cold nuts, and now you're getting bluffed. Like, what are you doing? Now, to be fair, there's a lot of hands that were played between those players, I'm sure. Some information, some feel. The way that his opponent went all in as well, right? Had this very casual, nonchalant, I'm all in. And that is just like alarm bells, you know, the klaxons are sounding, all men to their battle stations. Like when someone casually, I'm all in, and like shrugs to the side, puts their chips out, and it's like, this is a huge spot in the main event. Are you kidding me? This dude has it, right? So I don't think it's like the craziest thing. I don't think it's like, oh, you fold the top of range, you donkey, anything like that. But Diaz finding the fold there, a lot of people aren't going to, right? So, yeah, kudos to him. For sure. All right, quite the commotion on the other side of the production booth. But we are still just hanging out here waiting for things to get going again. Once again, do want to apologize for the delay. Seems like we have a lot of these sort of little technical hiccups, and that is true. I wish it was not so. But we do the best we can. We persevere, and we try to bring you guys all of the best free online poker streaming that we can. And hopefully we'll continue to improve and get all of these things hammered out and get to a place where, you know, and we know the solutions when they do arise. Anyways, I have not seen anything from Carolyn, so she may have tuned out for a little while. But I'm going to go ahead and gamble again because I'm a degenerate and I need to. So it's going to happen.
It's much bigger, and I mean, Austin is growing so fast. But
It's very
still cannot compare with Houston and the Vikings.
Oh, you're playing Houston?
Yeah, I grew up.
Came to the game.
How about you?
Hey, we got a win.
We started drinking.
Rolled the old 69. Let's go. Been a while since I gotten a win, too. I feel like I had like 20-some thousand points or something at one point. Maybe I'm just like, maybe I dreamed that. I don't know, but I feel like I'm on a downswing in the old loyalty points game. Thank you, appreciate it. Quite pleased.
What?
Did it all myself. Been practicing.
I've been hanging on.
But yeah, I thought that most of the things were good. The food options are severely limited. When the WSOP was at the Rio, you had to book it to beat the lines, but you could go to the noodle place, you could go to the taco place, you could go all the way out into that little, like, whatever the hell it was, not a boardwalk. I don't even know what you call that area over there, but there was the burger place down the way. Like there were many different options for food in the casino, whereas at Bally's, I mean, I guess the nice thing there is that you could just dip out the front and get to that little shopping area that had a couple of restaurants. There's like the Dave's Hot Chicken. There's a ramen place in there that was pretty decent. There were a couple of restaurants out in front of the casino. So I guess there's plenty of options out there that I wasn't really factoring in. But inside of Bally's in Paris, there's not much. Oh, food at the cafe? Yeah, no, I'm sure. Yeah, like $12 for a hot dog or something. Because they know that it's just a bunch of hungry poker players that have like a 15-minute break. So, of course, they're going to mark it up. Yeah. No, I mean, that's something that you just sort of expect. Oh, we've got an Andrew. True to his word, he
Lord
has
alive.
arrived. So we will now be playing a full 9-handed ring game here once we get everything up and running again.
Do we not have
But yeah, it was a pretty good trip. It's nice getting the comp rooms even during the WSOP. I was a little bit worried that wasn't going to work out, but thankfully on my first trip and the second one, I was able to get most of my rooms comped or stay with a friend. So it was a pretty good system to bounce around between the different locations, and you play a few games, you give them some dollar bills, you earn some points, whatever, and they welcome you back with open arms. Do it all over again.
Just kind of like went like that with the card and kind of push over.
No.
I mean, Kevin is pretty like straightforward in that like.
And yeah, the little spots in between Bally's and Paris, there's like a burger joint in there, and I think there's maybe one other restaurant, or maybe it was just a cafe or something. There were a couple other little things that you could do that I didn't try, but did go try the steakhouse. Where was that? Steakhouse at, was it at Bally's? Where was that? No. MGM, I think. Child abduction, that's unfortunate. I was like, why is my phone making an absolute racket over here?
What? Okay, Stakes is here.
All right, we are still just
Stakes is
waiting for things to boot back up or whatever it is.
I guess.
But yeah, let's see here. Poker Monkey says not gambling after 5 winning rolls in a row. You really on 5? That's pretty sweet. Oh, no, you just mean, oh, you mean Streamlabs. Yeah.
Alright, so we're good?
Yeah, feels like all the good juju has been milked out of
Alright,
Streamlabs.
525.
I mean, it feels that way. It's sort of like if you saw 5 blacks come up on roulette, would you not bet black? And the truth is that it's should be random and shouldn't matter. But no, we're all
Still not working.
gonna see patterns.
I don't know. It's not working though. Like nothing's working.
All right. What do we got here? $25 straddle. A new hand. Things are happening.
4 fold, 5 fold,
What do you know? We're about to play poker, and we've got Andrew joining us.
8 fold, 9 fold.
No room for his lovely girlfriend Jazz, but we will just have to deal with Andrew. I'm kidding, of course. But yeah, so sometimes they'll fill spots together, and it's always fun to watch Jazz fold and then go all in with aces. All right, 5, 10, 25. As we are back and rolling. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at some stacks here. See if the information has been deleted from the memory banks or if it still exists. Okay. All right, information is still there. There we go. Get in line, Clockwork. I always think that's funny. Yeah. All right. Unopened to 75 here from Jay. As we seem to be frozen in the top-down view. Folds over and around to a slicer in the straddle. He's going to squeeze. Make it 400 to go. That'll get Jay out of there. And now this is a pretty rough spot to go for a flat, but here you go. Johnny's going to do it nonetheless. This screams pocket 8s, pocket 9s, maybe a 10-jack suited or something like that. We don't have these cards scanned in. Jay is not the player in the hand. This is Slicer versus Johnny. Slicer will c-bet this flop. It looks like a 9-high board to be 9-5 deuce rainbow, if I'm not mistaken. C-bet to the tune of 300, so this pot should be 900, so 1/3 pot size bet. Slicer's shaking his head like, no, I didn't have the aces again, but maybe he did, or I don't know what the question was, honestly. But we'll never know. Slicer wins, nonetheless. Cold 3 out of this straddle. All right, let's see. Shall we consider the graphs between Slicer and Johnny, just for fun, or rather the stats. Slicer here winning 6 hands to the tune of 6.6K, so that's 1.1K per hand played.
And then it works.
For those of you keeping
I was
score.
getting so irritated the other day because I couldn't figure out why my
Solid 28% VPIP for a Slicer as well, staying active.
undoing the HDMI port, undoing the power source for like 20 minutes. I was getting so irritated.
So yeah, cards not scanning. This was certainly part of the
How do you pronounce foie gras?
technical difficulties. I do know that at some point, you know, cheers and sounds of jubilation came from Padawan producer Kristen's side of the room. So at some point, things will be good and back to normal, I hope.
It's on
We'll
Jay
see.
win. Yep.
Prophion, that's my roulette strategy. Wait for 5 black or red and then go all in on the other one.
You just set a stack down and just
I mean,
in the room. I have no
I
idea.
think a lot of people, I know a lot of people would subscribe to that, right? You walk past the roulette table and it's just like 7 blacks in a row and you're like, oh, it's got to come up red next. It just feels like it has to because our minds see things that are out of the ordinary like that. and we disbelieve that it could continue, right? 7 blacks in a row. If you do the math on that, right? It goes 50% on one flip. It's 25% that you'll go like heads heads, right? It's 12.5% that you go heads heads heads, right? And that number just keeps going down and down and down. So when we see something, we instinctually know that like that's a really low probability. That's like a 2% chance that that's happened already. The chance that it could happen again, it goes even down further to 1%. So it can't happen, right? So we want to bet on the other thing. We somehow think that 1% chance that it could do 8 in a row means that our 50-50 bet is somehow going to be skewed in our favor. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. Caitlin raises it up to 30 bucks, gets called in one spot. Heads up to a flop. 9 high board, 2 tone. Caitlin with an up and down straight draw and 2 overcards. Jay with just ace high. Natural check from Jay to Caitlin, and she will bet and take it down. Small wager there from Caitlin. Bet at 20 bucks.
Man, I can't stay up late, bro. Like midnight, I'm fucking hammered. I'm ready to go home. But it's like people blow in at midnight, dude. It's weird. Yeah. We gotta kick people out 2 in the morning. I hear. So I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember last time I've been out past like.
I go to West 6th Street alone. Enough. And it's crazy, bro. They're young kids down there, man.
Oh yeah, I can't do that.
But man, it's
Big blinds?
it's hopping, dude.
Alright, Andrew's coming in with a big blind.
Eric here saying each event is independent. That is absolutely right.
Okay, there wasn't a spot for it today?
We'll go 10-4.
And yeah, I mean, it's sort of, I mean, there's a rationale to thinking like a certain thing shouldn't happen or should happen or whatever. But you have to think of it in context. And the context would be that if you sat down at the table and you were able to place a wager on there being 7, 8 blacks in a row, right? Then the percentage and the payout would be corresponding to that number happening in a row. So it would be like, oh, okay, well, if it's a 1% chance of happening, then I should get 100 to 1 on my money if it's, you know, even money bet. Of course, the house would get something, so they'd give you something like 80 to 1 or whatever, right? But if that was a wager that you could place, then you would, yeah, you could go make that bet. Go for it. Do what you want to do. But on any given spin, it's just 50-50. And it's really not even that because you could get a green. And good Lord, you know what? They got 000 roulette now. I can't even believe it. It absolutely blows my mind. 000? How is that a thing? We should boycott 000 roulette. Burn the whole place down. We'll get the pitchforks and the torches out. Should never play that game. Hell, I'm pissed. They went from 0 to 0, which was, you know. You can still find 0. I actually saw some over at, I think it was the Win. Johnny here has just flopped his opponent dead. It's queen's full. And this is somehow a limped pot with no straddle.
This is not good, Kristen.
Is this hand right now?
So Johnny just can't lose. Andrew cannot improve.
But you can see their hands.
This is big blind straddle. Okay, so he's literally a limp under the gun from Johnny. Everyone else and Andrew checked his off. Okay. All right, there
If
you
you
go.
guys post this video or picture on the internet, you will not be able to play it.
Eric, what's 000 roulette? I mean, they literally just added another spot, and they don't even, they're not even shy about it. You know, in regular, like, sort of 000 roulette, the 2 zeros would be on opposing sides of the wheel, so that you couldn't quite get the full picture of how big a portion of the wheel was occupied by a non-red or black number. In the 000, they put them all next to each other. It's literally 0, 00, 000, all in a row. It's this gigantic wedge of the board or whatever, the wheel, that is just all green. You can see it with your eyes how bad the odds are. Like, just refuse to play that game.
I feel sorry about that, you know, I'm bad, but it's still hilarious.
A 525.
Profion. Technically, it doesn't improve your chances, but since it's impossible to hit like 50 in a row, it does, in fact, improve the chances. Dude,
Surprised you didn't bet
I
there.
know
Good shot.
what you're saying. It seems like that should be true. It really does, and it just isn't.
9 fools.
It just isn't. Because
Yeah, my man.
if 49 in a row has already happened, and you say that it's impossible to hit 50 in a row, but 49 already happened, and now you've literally got one spin where it could go red or black at 50%. Like, you really think that that last one is going to be impossible? No, it's not
And
impossible.
everybody's gonna be
Each
turning around
spin
like,
is
"Where's my
50%
money?"
likely to go one way or the other. Every once in a while, you're just going to get this massive
I'm paying
streak
fully attention on the screen.
all in a row. Super low probability, but it's not impossible.
8 calls.
Oh, I didn't know that was back.
All right, 3 players, 2 a flop. Jay win, ace, queen of
Yeah,
clubs.
you're seeing your play
callers
good. I
here.
have the screen.
Something will go wrong.
Jay with the KJ. Ming with the 7-5. He's going to flop the
8
gut shot straight draw. Both of his opponents playing over cards to the board.
Cameras and everything.
5
The
check.
cards.
Oh, it's happening again.
But it didn't matter.
Bingo, bango. Ming here drills the gutty as it looks like the
8 check.
the beverages have been found over in the corner. Everybody searching
3
through the
check,
bucket of
like
ice
that.
for a delicious beverage.
Imagine
Some have been found. Checks through, my goodness. This pot is not going to grow on its own. Deuce of hearts here on the end. The front door flush comes through, board pairs. Ming continues checking, and everybody's going to check it down. And Ming is like, I have the nuts. Give me the pot and no more. And so I'm just going to just say one little thing here. Like, everyone's going to play their own style, and it's fine. Like, you should play however you feel comfortable. You shouldn't try to force things and do things that don't feel comfortable. But just the tip with AA Run, if you find yourself being one of those players that plays super trappy all the time with your best hand, what you will eventually hopefully come to recognize is that the pots that you win with your best hands are going to be small pots. Unless you just absolutely cooler somebody, like boat over boat or quads over boat or something, right? Aces over kings. Like, the pots that you win with your best hands are just going to be small pots. If you want to win big pots with your best hand, you got to bet. You got to put money in there. And sometimes you got to bet big, right? And a lot of this comes with just sort of experience and knowing the game and understanding different spots and the textures and the dynamics of how things have played out and how you got to this place and whether or not you can go big to get called. You know, things like that are all very important. But from a base level, betting big with your best hands is what the computer wants to do. If that's what the computer wants to do, then you should start doing that too. Anyway, that's just a tip. Let's move along. Ace high board here, two-tone. Rick flops top pair, jack kicker. Ming has a whole lot of nothing. Ming's turning over a 3 of diamonds. I don't know if he's playing his cards blind or if he's doing this just to intimidate or what, but he's turning the 3 over and now betting his turned pair of queens. I do like Rick's decision to check back. Like, the 3 of diamonds interacts with that board. Like, if there was a way to negatively interact with the board, the 3 of diamonds does it. So checking back there when you have top pair is just 100% slam dunk. Give your opponent some opportunity to improve, which he did, and now he's betting. Here we go on the river, going to check his pair of queens. Now Rick should be going for a large size. He's going to go 100. I mean, maybe that's the right size, but I think you'd rather make it look like you're trying to push him around. He just showed you a freaking 3. Oh, never mind. Nothing more was going to get paid either.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. It is what it is.
It's jack. Okay.
He folds the queen. I'm not sure I could fold the queen
Yeah.
there. The whole dynamics of that hand, though, are a little bit nebulous to me. I didn't fully understand what was happening. Also, a lot of table chatter that I was probably just battling over. So, anyway, I didn't understand what was going on.
Just like sign the back.
I did see that.
Yeah, they love that shit.
Yeah, that looks cool. Yeah, you need to have Instagram-worthy photo spots.
That's actually Beezer's job. He's the IG guy. He has the whole crew and shit.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the Trulies are out in
I don't do much,
force.
man. I just invest in something.
Let's go.
Hang out,
525.
drink beer.
Go ahead and keep some net earnings here once again. Slicer still hanging on to the 6.6K that he has already wrestled away from his opponents. Jay Wynn stuck 8K, the biggest loser here so far. Johnny, Bones, Andrew, all down a little bit. Andrew just paying his way through the block.
Never had a beer in my life.
No shit.
I don't believe that.
Bing, if you're gonna try to stay in America,
What is going on?
you gotta change your ways, buddy.
I had
Somebody
a
get him a
bad
natty
try
light.
off that.
Like ice out. Say what's going on.
I raised 75 because everybody still has cards that folded.
No, everyone's scared about that.
Yeah, that's what she said. What's going on? I'm like, what's going on now?
7 call,
You got blocked with that screen
8
now, you know.
folds.
Did she press like a button that moved the screens, or did that randomly happen? Like,
No, she was trying to reset.
Broth bombs.
I
9
said
Oh,
they
at the
move
table?
Like in the room, somehow move the computer and open the screen.
Oh. Oh, nice.
5 raises 75.
Could go pour some
6
Malibu in it or something. That'd be a horrifying broth bomb. My God.
7 call.
Not that there's a good.
8, 9, 1.
Yeah. So, Padawan producer Kristen is catching wind of 15 minutes in the future or whatever. They are talking about. Pardon me, broth bombs,
Alright, just buying me lunch for this days.
of which I have not partaken in quite some time.
Y'all stressing me out.
Probably a good thing,
5
but
bet 100.
you know what? I would love to have a good friend,
7 fold.
Matt, Mr. Steam Dola, back in the booth with me. I should extend an invitation to that man. Try to.
We'll be super.
Oh, he was in here Tuesday night apparently. Well, shit, I just missed him. I know he works a ton and is a true grinder, but a hustler. But if he can find some time off on a Thursday night, love to have him in the booth again. Let me know in the chat if anybody has any questions, any
Thank you.
comments about anything I've said, or
Like this, see.
about anything else we've talked about that you want me to go over, or whatever. I'd be happy to engage. Captain Underwear. I like that. All right, Bones here scanning just one of his cards. Andrew here, Jack 9 offsuit from middle position. Not going to open that one. Ming will limp the Queen 10 off from the button. I, don't really advocate for limping your button ever. The great thing about the button is that you're always in position no matter who calls you. And if it limps or folds to you, like, you just have a massive incentive to build the pot because you're always last against all opponents. And that gives you such a big advantage in terms of realizing your equity. You want the pots to be bigger. And even though Queen 10 off is like not a great hand, it's better than a lot. And if you make a good hand and win the pot, you want it to be big. As it stands, comes Jack 9, and yeah, Andrew mucked the top 2 pair. A pair of queens here are going to be top pair on the end. Ming. Both Bones and Caitlin controlling a 10 for blockers to the straight. Caitlin will check her pair of 9s to go with that 10. Bones is going to bet his 10, and now Ming, who also has a 10, he's going to make the call. Show 10-8. All right. Bones quickly pulling his wager back because he has the bottom end of the straight with the 10-8. And yeah, just getting called by Ming with Queen 10 seems pretty reasonable. No reason to raise there, even with the blocker. And Bones will ship a pot. We better take a look at the VPIPs here. I think Bone's still lurking below the Lottie line, but that will move him up just a little bit to 11%. Hey, Payton? Hey, TZN? Payton. Playing poker while watching poker. Hell yeah, that's the best way to do it. Just maximum poker overload. It's the only way to do. Only way to roll.
Five folds. 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds.
All right, Jay Wynn here, suited ace 4. He's hanging out in the straddle position. Folds to Rick, and yeah, he's just going to ditch the king 5 off on the button. And I mean, this is consistent with limping ace 4 suited. He's going to fold his king 5 off. And I'm not saying that king 5 off is like a great hand and that you should just like love your life when you raise from the button. But if you're going to play a balanced strategy, you're going to have some mixed frequencies on some of these disconnected high card, low card, offsuit stuff that you're going to want to open just because it's going to play well. You're already likely ahead of your opponent's calling range because you have a high card. It's just, you know, you're going to want to play these hands. But again, that's part of a more balanced strategy, one that you have experience playing and that makes you feel good. So you don't want to just go willy-nilly like, oh, I guess I open king 5 off now, like that's my life. You want to make sure that you're doing that in a controlled and sort of rational manner. Bone's going to take this one down once again, just showing us the 10, keeping the other card hidden. Probably not by design.
Close that.
I'll play them. What can I say?
Get in the lab, Jalen.
You pull it around to the button, right?
So Amazon Prime Day
Blind open.
was just the other day, yesterday and the day before. 2-day extravaganza. I ordered some new things, one of which is a new bed, because I've been rocking my bed for like 8 years now. I feel like it's time. And I don't know if my sleep has been suffering specifically because of the bed, but I suspect as much. Got new pillows as well. But my hope is that things are going to be improved substantially. So fingers crossed for myself. Cross your fingers for me. Hopefully I don't get a dud. Because it's always sketchy, right? I mean, like, I've only ever bought a bed from brick and mortar. Like, walked into it, laid down on it, right? Tried some different things. And no, that's not true. I ordered a air mat, or not an air mattress, a memory foam mattress that was good for like a year or something. It was a piece of junk. Anyways, I hope. No, but technology has improved a lot since then. This was a long time ago. I mean, that was before. That was 10 years ago, and I remember then that the memory foam, like, it was, it just seemed like low quality stuff. Anyways, now there's a bunch of competing companies. I feel like they've ironed out some good things. It's like half memory foam with springs, so it's got a combination. Anyways, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best. I got a great prime deal on it, and I mean, it's basically like I lost, a pot at 2-5 if it goes south. So we're gonna hope for the best. Ace high board here, 2-tone. We've got Slicer and Johnny working with top pair and reasonable kickers. Ming here has a whole lot of squadouche, but he's the one betting. Slicer going for the check raise here. Reina is doing doggy meds. I take it you're crushing them up and snorting them. That's how I do my doggy meds. But I'm kidding. I'm cool. All right, Johnny makes the call. Ming is now like, okay, cool. Yeah, I have no business being in here. So both players playing aces and queens now. Kicker is kicking. Johnny well behind. He also does have the ace of diamonds. Slicer here, I think, going to be content to get to showdown. Gonna take a peek over at Johnny's stack. Actually, yeah, once he realizes the SPR is just a little bit over 1, not even quite 1.5, he's probably actually gonna be incentivized to bet here. He's doing some internal math. You can see him staring up at the sky, trying to figure out the exact play here. And yeah, he's gonna go for a little under half pot. He's gonna try to rope in some diamonds if his opponent did have some sort of king 10 of diamonds or something that didn't want to just rip it. Give him one more opportunity. Johnny has the look of a man who is not pumped about his position. The thing is that if Slicer had king 10 of diamonds himself, he may just go all in. Not sure if that's exactly true, but Johnny may be thinking that. And so now he's like, wait, this bet looks way too value-y, and my hand is pretty vulnerable, and I'm just going to fold, which is the right play. He gets out of the way, Slicer takes it down, no further damage.
I remember one of the first sessions I played the Hustler. I felt this just like regular guy. It's like,
This is fun for you, little girl. You come here, I'm like 23 at the time. It's like, you come for here, you take my money. I do this for what? And he like screamed at me, and I'm like this 23-year-old like college grad, like,
okay.
All right, moving right along. Carly here instructing
Even if Slicer doesn't have a queen, you still have a.
Slicer to put his big blind down.
The first time I ever, what'd you say? Please don't have the couple.
Andrew, first act here. Gonna come in for a raise.
Okay.
Can I agree with you?
8-4 of diamonds. No signature sunglasses on just yet.
8 call.
55 to go, so a min click plus $5. Why
I
not?
got super lucky and hit
Bunch of folds over and around to bones.
2 call.
A couple of 8s. He's gonna make the call.
Remember this guy like smoking outside with me. 4 folds.
And
5 folds.
everyone else,
How bad
including
he was for the year.
oh no, Ming made the call. He snuck
And
in
then
there.
we go in
King
and
7,
play
like
this
Ming ain't holding
hand.
King 7 suited.
Yeah,
He did
and
not.
as soon as we get to river,
King
I
high
call
board
us all
2
in, and he
tone.
goes,
Ming will complete
and I
the
was
top
like,
pair.
bigger.
Backdoor flush draw opportunity.
Six
Bones
check and
flopping
just
bottom
stack him
set
after
and
he told me
Andrew.
that he's down like
Whole lot of
20K, and this is like in February.
Checky over to Bones with the bottom set. Definitely spot to bet and build
Yeah,
pot.
I'm
Bet
sure.
half pot.
I was just so
Andrew
taken
should
aback,
release
this guy's
and Ming should continue. That's what happened.
6 8 call. Yeah, it was a very early introduction to how
Jack of
aggressive
diamonds here on
poker
the
can
turn.
be.
This is actually a really good card for Bones, as Ming more likely to have a
Eight
jack than anything else here.
Like, I would have felt bad about it. Sir?
Checks it over, and Bones, yeah, I'd like to see him go big. He's going to pick a 2/3 sizing here.
That's what I thought. Then we sit down at poker table and he starts saying slurs at me.
275. I mean, this is fine, of course.
In that context, only.
2/3 very
In that
reasonable size there. I generally think 3/4 to full pot is going to be, like,
I
the
mean,
jack
if you
is
say
a
that
bad
when you're
card
jacking somebody,
for you, generally.
I'm gonna
So,
say they're not meaning it.
well, he can bet some jacks when check too, though. So he's got a lot of jacks as well. Just like, if you're gonna bet, you're generally gonna bet big. Like if you have a bad king or something like that, you're just gonna like check. You're not gonna bet 2/3. I don't know. JTN 1968. Hey, what's up, man? $10 super chat. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that a lot. Says check my IG. All right, I will.
Chicken broth at the coffee.
Deuce of spades here on the end. Brick City.
I don't even know.
King checks over once again and Bones now.
It's like
His opponent either has a busted flush draw / straight draw that is going to put no more money in, or he has something strong, king plus, and Bones will attack it to the position of 700. Now comes the 3/4 pot bet.
Kristen said give her a heart.
Why? Why is there chicken broth?
can have chicken couple
She was like, they just told me not to do this. I don't want to show it.
Poker Monkey, after jumping in the pool, is ready for a winning roll since they're all independent. That's right.
Salty though. Very salty as fuck.
You gonna
But
try
I
it?
was hungry last night.
You gonna try it? Take a shot.
I like
bro?
the
You
burger.
take a shot of some broth?
All right, Ming here in the tank.
And then you go out and play somewhere that's
His 7 is not playing. He's playing the 8 on board, which means that he only chops with other kings that are bad. But he's going to make the call, and Bones is going to get paid with the set here.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky spot there.
700.
It can definitely feel like there's a bunch of busted draws, queen 10, queen 9, clubs, all these things factoring in. You're going to beat all of those. King 7.
Like, it might be a tell.
There. You got to think about all of the other kings that you have and which ones to play with the call. Like certainly if your king is playing, it's going to be better than playing the king with the 8 kicker on board. So I could certainly get behind folding some of your kings that are playing that 8 kicker and calling with your kings that have the ace 3 kicker. So
Live 25.
yeah,
And I didn't know it was good for headaches.
tough one there. That does pay that man his money.
Man, you're lucky Aaron's not playing out here. He'd be putting what, tequila in?
Yeah, they do. There was like a.
DFS Brat is in the chat. What's up, dude?
7 fold, 8 fold, tequila and chicken fold, 9 fold, 1 fold,
My stomach is rolled over.
Yeah.
2 raised to 75.
They did it one time.
I witnessed it. It was awful.
Steve Nola and
3
Aaron
call,
did it together.
4 fold,
Their bit when they hosted together.
5 fold, 6 fold. Didn't give a chance. Heads up. Not that I don't trust you, man. Just gotta compare.
It is really fun. Like, you're like,
Maybe that's why it's good with tequila, you know? You don't even have to taste your tequila with someone to check.
a little lime in it. It's quite delicious.
Tequila not for me.
3 check.
As long as I don't like spirits, I can do any of them. I don't like gin.
All right, Bones and Jaywin here. Raise from Bones in the cutoff.
No, I just like.
All from Jaywin.
As long as I stay on the same spirit.
C-bets flop, or sorry, check, and king on the turn. And improve Bones to the best hand. Yeah, still definitely just checking. Jaywin, no real reason to bet here unless it's time to turn 5s into a bluff. Also quite reasonable.
What's your drink of choice?
I like a dirty martini. Extra
Checks all the way through. 3 of hearts now on the end. The thing is with 5s, you either start bluffing them on the turn and commit to bluffing them on the river, or you just prepare yourself for the inevitable, which is check it on the turn and fold to any bet / check behind if check 2 again. There's really no way to bet the river as a bluff, in my mind. I mean, I guess you could, if you're going to go thin with queens and maybe your weaker kings, then you could go for a small size, but a small size bluff never feels good, so
tell me that
kinda rough.
occasionally a glass
I
of
don't
wine is okay. I'm one of those people that would rather not risk it.
all right, my doppelganger AA run in the chat, rolling a 97,
I mean, I'm
balling
one
out.
of the
This is
person
what I
that
think.
My
would
dog
kinda-
is also like.
Yeah, and
Well
my wife
done.
talks the same thing. I think it's because if they are like you can drink on
JTN wants to know, have I told Pratt that I'm commentating on Thursdays now? Yes, I have.
so they just say you
I have indeed.
7 raised to 30, 8 folds, and we're not even like using a doctor. 9 folds, or anything, just 1
Oh, yeah,
fold,
we
2
use the midwife.
folds,
All right,
yeah,
AK off
They're
suit
great.
here
They're so
for Johnny.
4 folds.
Rather than straddle the 25, he will raise to 30.
certainly helped us because I didn't know where a baby was delivered. I thought it
5
was a hospital.
call.
Jay will make the call from the small blinds. May have some history with 6-4 offsuit, but
What's the purpose of the midwife?
bit of a speculative play here.
Yeah, they were like there the whole time. They coached him.
Does flop a gut shot.
different positions
5
to go in,
check,
when to push, when not. Like
7 check.
Checks it over. Johnny snap checks this back. Yeah, free turn card. 10 of clubs, another over card
and like the doctor.
to Jay's fold. But yeah, This is the time for a probe, and big probe he goes for. I love this. 1 1/4 here from Jay. This is almost a 2x pot bet. And Johnny's going to make the call here correctly with ace high. This is a hand. 6 of spades now here on the end. Going to give Jay a pair and the best hand. But he still thinks he needs to bluff to win this. And he's going to bet 230. I mean, this is the value bluff that, yeah, you'd never believe. It's the 6 of spades, and Johnny has the ace of spades.
Old school, man.
If Johnny called with this hand on the turn because he has the double suit and can rep either flush draw, now's the time to go for it. What did he call the turn with?
Yeah, my wife was in labor for almost over a day.
Or 4. I don't, that was, I was getting ready for some fireworks. I was like, dude, homie gonna float you with ace high on this board? It's because he's ready for that spade to come in. He's gonna punk you, even the club. And instead, just kind of gets, I guess, a little gun shy maybe. Let's go.
No, so I'm using rose essential oils to calm my nerves, to relax me. And that's
Are you
about
like
it.
a natural person?
The worst part about getting sick ever,
No, yeah, I'm very.
but especially in Vegas, is
I mean,
I just tend to hold on to these coughs for like ever.
Only pain.
So I suspect that I will be coughing for another like 2 weeks after, which is just sort of annoying, but at least that's all it is. Can't really complain if you're still alive, right? Or no, you can complain if you're still alive, but you shouldn't. Something like that. I don't know. There's like a ancient proverb in there.
Baby Mama for making me this way. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Baby Mama with like Amy.
All right, heads up between Ming and Jay Win.
They,
Ming
like,
gonna defend his
hate on
straddle
me for,
with
like, using an epidural, and it, like, dawned on me
speculative
in my
holdings.
head that
He
I was
is going to flop the best hand though, bottom pair, as Jay Win has some backdoor opportunities and overcards to
They
the
offer
4.
laughing gas, actually, if I really want something.
Jay Win here, hijack open, called in the straddle. This is a tough board to continue on, but he's gonna do it to the tune of 75 bucks.
Closest thing they say for men pregnancy is
Ming will go for the check call. Oh, 60.
and I had kidney stones in Chicago like
Jack now on the turn, 2 pair for Ming. Overcard to the board though, so Jay Win, while he does not improve with any additional equity. Sometimes you take bad hands and just blast away when overcards come because you can represent
And I had a
them.
small one.
Try to get someone to fold a 4 or a 6. It doesn't really matter what you have. Also having the 7 interacts with those cards a little bit. And so yeah, Jay Win is just going to keep foot on the gas. He's going to keep firing here, see if he can get his opponent to fold a 4 or a 6. I don't think a 10 is going anywhere. Certainly if he had something like a Jack 9 or whatever, that's not going to fold. But will this full pot? Question mark? Almost. Bet, get Ming to fold the 2 pair? I think the answer is no. The real question, I guess, now is does Ming go for the raise here? And I think you kind of have to. It's a rainbow board. It's very disconnected. You have no idea what's going on. Your opponent is either on like an overpair and you want to build this pot, or they're on complete airball and they're just done. So he's going to go for the check call though, and fills up here on the river. 4s full for Ming with the Jack 4 offsuit. Leading now really doesn't make any sense. Although I guess if you're going to lead now, then you got to lead with some of your like 5, 7, or whatever other nonsense you just happen to have. So maybe he does that. He's certainly cutting out a bet though. If he checks now, I think Jay Win will be quite suspicious. Big fistful of chips launched out there by Ming. 575, and yeah, I think while Jay Win may have had plans to bang away at this river and try to get his opponent to continue, you know, folding out sixes really at that point. This is really giving him an opportunity to sort of bow out gracefully. Jwin is a fighter, though. He is not going to just bow out of here and lay down if he thinks there's a way that he can wrestle this pot away. But yeah, when Ming just grabs that fistful of chips and hucks them out there, it's like, I guess you could be bluffing, but even if you're bluffing, do I want to just go bananas with ace high here? I mean, because his only option would be to go all in, right? I mean, you're never like heroing him with the ace high. Check, raise, and now you're just going to blast and be like, no, I have everything, you don't, so go away. Yeah, DFS. That is definitely never a call. He was thinking about bluff jamming. Poker Monkey squeaking out a 77 there. Nice. Yeah, Matt Benjamin, happy to be of service. Thank you very much for hitting the like button. For anybody else who hasn't had an opportunity or has not quite yet been persuaded to rear back and obliterate the like button, please do. We would appreciate you. We are going to get ourselves a deck change, dealer change,
Floor, live stream.
and a $25 PLO bomb pot.
I can't hear.
A little over halfway through the broadcast, 8:19 Central Time here in Austin, Texas. This is TCH Live Thursday out of Austin. Jesse here going to go ahead and peek through the deck, make sure all the cards are there. Looks like it. Make sure the headset works, hopefully. All right, a little bit of communication issue. 15 minutes in the past. So we are just going to hang out for a moment as Jesse will do some ASMR deck shuffling.
Pussy. I was on in there, man. I was pushing a leg back.
Of the deck being shuffled. Oh, we'll flip the headset. No, we won't.
She was like, do you want to have court? I'm good. She was like, she gave me the scissor. I was like, okay.
Now we're gonna set. We're gonna set this down on the table. We're gonna shake our head.
I don't know. It was just so weird.
We're gonna question our reality. Why do we exist? Where did we come from? Oh, sorry. Getting carried away, having a good time. Oh man. Dude, ASMR stuff, like, I just don't know that much about it, so I don't really know the, oh God, science of it, whatever the hell it is. I don't know anything of it, but I will tell you that I've been on Twitch before watching a friend play a stream or whatever, and then in the lower left-hand corner where it shows you all of their favorite Twitch streamers, there's this somebody or other doing ASMR, and I'm like, all right, what the hell is that? Let me click on that. And then it takes me to a very close-up image of some lady, like, tongue-punching a fake ear or something on top of the microphone. What the hell is that? That is absolutely baffling to me. People watch that. People like that? I have no idea. I was just absolutely blown away when I saw that. I don't know if anybody else has the same like comical reaction to that I do, but yeah, I found that pretty amusing. All right, let's talk poker because things are happening. Jesse is communicating, and here we go. 8 high board, 9 high board. Each board having an 8 and a 3. Apparently everyone's scanning in 2 cards at a time because we probably, yeah, we had a misclick. Misclick from Padawan producer Kristen. So we're going to only see half of the hands, but Andrew has bet with his king and his 4. His other 2 cards must be better than those. Bones calling with the 10 and the deuce. Also his other 2 cards must be substantially better. Slicer in the mix as well with the Jack 7. So none of these cards interacting with the board very well. Slicer does pick up a pair of Jacks. Could have had a wrap, something like Jack 10, 7 for Slicer. He is going to bet here, 450. So very likely that he had a wrap, perhaps a flush draw to go with it. Yeah, that's how they become millionaires without playing poker? Ah, nice. I don't know if anybody wants to see me tongue punch an ear, though. So I don't think I can just switch fields that quickly. Bet a 450. Andrew makes the call. Bones gets out of the way. Here we go, heads up to a river. It's another Jack, this time on top, and a 5 on bottom. Front door flush misses on the bottom board. Back door misses on top. Slicer now slowing down with a check, and Andrew head raising up very quickly, kind of like a really? And he will check behind 4, 5, 7 for a busted wrap on top and busted everything. I think Slicer's scooping this. Yeah, Slicer's taking this with at least just a pair of Jacks. I think other cards have been moved around. What do we got? Jack 8, 8, 7. Oh, good lord, Slicer got set. Boat set. So Slicer checking to induce. He covers these boards so much that he says, my opponent is the one who's going to have the busted draws. They're the ones that are going to go for the big bomb to try to push me out. And then I can hit him with a checky raisey. All right, 5-10, no 25. Rick is our straddle pooper. No, that's not the right word. He's not putting the straddle up. Caitlin here, facing the $10 blind. Going to raise this up 30 to go.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah,
You played the last round.
Yeah, was he on the right next to me? I think he was. Yeah, I put
But I was
him
thinking
on mine
table
too.
over.
Yeah, okay.
You played global.
Yeah. What about him?
All right, gets called in 2 spots. Here we go. King high board, 2-tone. Caitlin makes top pair, top kicker. Ming and Andrew both whiffing by just about as far as you can. Should just go check, bet, fold, fold. And it does. Caitlin will take that down. All right, still no Carolyn around unless she has rejoined us. Miss Carolyn, are you with us? I think the time for wagering is... no, I think I've still got to wait a little while. I don't remember exactly. Let's see.
Oh, really? If I need something like in 2 days, I'll text you.
Yeah, that's a good player.
One time I texted
Okay, I rolled 732. Oh, good lord. I've waited almost an entire hour. I missed one.
I would have set the line at like plus that you were going to respond. It's like I'm sitting in court.
Well, if Carolyn is there, we will wager. If not, I will do so on my own. All right, Caitlin in the straddle. Jay going to open this up. Hijack, ace-10 of diamond. Johnny with a couple of Johnnies, couple of J wins, couple of J's. He's just going to call. He's doing this again. This is interesting play. Perhaps Johnny has been abused by the Johnnies and doesn't feel inclined to raise them. I mean, I understand for sure flatting like pocket 7s, pocket 6s, even pocket 8s or 9s, right? But like not 3-betting with jacks plus, 10s plus is going to put you into a lot of awkward situations for sure, where you could just push out a lot of the opponent's equity and build a pot with a very strong hand. As it stands, both Rick and Jay come along for the ride to the flop. Both players make a pair of 10s, but check it over to Johnny, who bets, and then they both just get out of the way. So, yeah, I mean, Johnny wins the pot, but definitely would have liked to have seen a 3-bet pre, especially on the button. Give me jacks on the button and ask me what's your 3-betting frequency, and it's 100%. Like some people, I mean, okay, under the gun 1 opens and they're like a tighter player. Like, yeah, okay, I might flat, but certainly in that configuration, 100% 3-bet frequency. Pardon me. All right, onwards and upwards. Bones still lurking in the VPIP department. Don't suspect he'll be playing this one. Bones, although he's lurking, he has moved up over the Lottie line, 16%. Caitlin drifting down, 17%. My goodness, getting dangerously close to the Lottie line. Ming here getting number 1, going to raise this to 80 bucks on the button. Johnny limped in. Some other stuff happened I didn't quite see, but other players have folded. Caitlin's in there. Johnny's in there. Ace high board. Something for everybody. This is going to be fireworks. Top pair, second kicker for Caitlin. Johnny here with an up and down straight on the bottom end. Ming top trips and he freaking checks it. Sorry. Hope your eardrums are okay. Even multi-way, I just don't think you can check this flop. Top set, I get it. I get it. You just have everything, and checking is fine. Okay, checking is fine. Checking is fine. Don't get worked up. But I feel like you got to start betting at some point with your best hands. Caitlin here, on the other hand, is going to start betting. She thinks she has the best hand, as she should, with ace queen. Bets 115. Ming over here. Oh, he's going to scratch the head, goes down to the chips. Okay, yeah, here we go. Makes the call. 8 of spades here on the end. Some sort of goofy stuff got there, like the 9-7, the 7-4, but can't really be expecting those hands to be around when Ming raises pre-flop. Bets 305 here. This is a 2/3 sizing, just about bang on what you want to go for here. Targeting your opponent's ace-10, ace-9, things of that nature. And when you get raised, you probably just ditch it. Even a hand as strong as ace-queen, because a lot of the hands that you were beating have improved. The jack and the 8 are bad cards for you.
And she corrects him. That says, I don't know what street he lives on or anything. I might have met her once or twice.
And I know that seems like you're folding a bunch, but like Ming isn't the guy to go heroing off. And Caitlin knows that, and here she goes. She just lets it go without that much thought. Well played, Caitlin. And this is another reason that just the tip from earlier of like betting with your best hands is that if you find yourself in a pattern of slow playing to the river and then raising on the river, people just always fold to your stuff. Like, they're like, wait, he's sticking with me. Okay, he could have everything in between, like the nuts and some weak hands, so I can keep betting and betting and betting. And then we get to the river, and now he's like check raising me or something. No, this is where we just run for the exit. Now, if you're gonna balance that with all kinds of other creative plays of like, I somehow just like called you down with a bad gut shot, get to the river and don't have anything. So now I'm going to raise you and just punk you, and you think I always have the nuts. Like, okay, that's good. You can balance your plays in a way that benefits you, but I think by and large, slow playing your best hands all the time is not going to benefit you. Anyways, I'll get off of that little pedestal or whatever it is. Soapbox. All right, onwards. Hand number 52 here. No takers so far. Back over to Caitlin on the button. And here we go, King 8 offsuit. I like it. Opening up, standard 75. J-Win, of course, going to be 3-betting this. Slice her out of the way, and Caitlin can just ditch her hand, which she does. But this is the button, small blind, big blind, and straddle dynamic that should happen with these hands. And you just kind of have to embrace that. When you start being like, wait, I'm going to get 3-bet from the blinds a lot, so I'm going to start limping my suited aces, or I'm just going to open fold my king off, or my king rag off. Like, you know, you end up just kind of taking yourself out of the equation a little bit.
25 dude. 6 full, 7. 8 raise, 75. 1.
DFS wants to know if with this new table you have to scan each card instead of the box. I don't know exactly what you're trying to say there, but you really just have to get your cards anywhere close to your little spirally, like whatever water droplet looking thing. You can see the little circles on the felt. Those correspond to the sort of the center of each player's scan area, which is substantially larger than just that little region. But it gives you a target to sort of get your cards over that area. It will read them, and then you're good. All right, check on the flop. Check bet and a call on the turn. Here we go, deuce of spades on the end. Jay makes a flush. Ming, who I really couldn't tell you what was thinking. Oh, he was the better on the turn. He didn't call. So he was just taking a stab there on the turn, and then River just sort of shutting it down. All right, Jay going to take the pot. And no, so the new technology, the nice thing about the RF poker setup is that it used to be that both your cards had to be on the scanner at the same time. It was looking to register 2 unique cards so that it could make a read. The nice thing about RF poker is that the scanners are constantly updating. So you get the cards read in, and then you pull them back. And then, like, let's say that your neighbor, let's say the dealer pitched a card from your neighbor onto your scanner, and it reads your first card and their first card as your hand, for example. And then now we get everything sorted out, we move the cards, but it's already scanned your 2 cards. In the old system, that would be bad. We would have to manually go back and fix it. But with the new system, with RF Poker here, it's constantly updating, so it sees your first 2 cards, scans them in, and then once you move them around and it says, okay, no, like those cards are no longer on that sensor, it's one over there and one over here, plus some new cards. It dynamically updates, and voila, everything is corrected. So it's really nice for when you have those little bit of mispitch or whatever errors by correcting those. Yeah. LaserCat does it auto count chip stacks. It doesn't auto count them, but we plug them in at the beginning, who has what chips, whatever, and then it does all the math internally as to who wins the pot. You know, their chips go up and whatever. No, it's pretty great. Yeah, no, there's been some chatter about using the RF chips, and I believe that's in the pipeline. But at least insofar as what we have right now, it's just not necessary. But if you do have the RF chips, then the RFID chips, then you can dispense with all of the production, because the table will just take care of everything. But that is something that's going to come down the line. All right, Andrew here, ace king, going to go for a re-raise. Ming in the mix, and Jay Win as well.
We're also intertwined.
Andrew and Ming checking it over to Jay Win here, who has ace high with no other equity. Backdoor wheel draw, I suppose. Checks through. 8 of spades here on the turn. Ace king looking pretty good at this point, especially when no one bets the flop. A bet would be for value here. 1,200 in the middle, and Andrew will bet half pot. This is also a bet to just deny equity. I mean, if your opponent had like queen jack, you'd be totally fine with just winning the pot and taking it down. Like you don't need to try to bet super small and get queen high to call you, right? Like that's not your goal at this point. But let's see if Ming will look this up, or perhaps even raise. All right, Ming makes the call. Jay Win's out of the way, heads up to a river. 4 of hearts. Both players with the ace king high. Trip 8s on 4. They will chop if we get to showdown. A little bit sketchy here for Andrew. He could go for a block bet, but instead he's going to check it over, and Ming here instantly reaching for chips. He has less than a pot-sized bet right behind. Bet size here will be telling as to what Ming is trying to accomplish. A large bet is intended to bluff. A small bet going for value. Tricky thing here is the ace king is just good not most of the time, a lot of the time, enough of the time that you should just check it and go to showdown. I would say the same thing about a 3 or a 4. Once you have pocket 5s or above, like you can definitely be going for value, but Ming is all in here. Ming is all in to get Andrew to fold the same or a better hand. And the glasses are coming off here. Andrew is like, what the hell? Again, let's go back to pre-flop here. This is a raise to 75. A call from Jay Win. A squeeze from Andrew. Call from Ming. Call from Jay Win. Then we check through on the flop. Andrew starts betting on the turn to the tune of half pot, 600. Ming calls. Jay Win folds. And now here we are, check and an all-in for less than pot from Ming. On the flop, it makes sense that Ming could have a pocket pair that could check behind. Something like 5s, 6s, maybe, or even like ace 3 or something like that is just like, I'm not going to bet. I'm just going to check and just sort of hope to get to showdown. But a lot of those hands don't make a ton of sense to jam now, except for the like 5s, 6s, and 7s. So there's not a lot of hands. There's some. It's non-zero for sure, but it's not a lot of hands. And I think Andrew here is correctly identifying that there's a lot of just high card hands that raised and called pre. Then he's trying to figure out what calls on the turn, because no flush draw comes in. That's the weird spot. So he's down to like ace queen, maybe ace jack as his continues on that turn. There's not a lot. So then when you grab you call it 18 combos of 5s, 6s, and 7s, and you compare that against the combinations of ace queen and maybe ace jack, I don't know. It's yeah. Andrew shows him the ace king. Ming's not turning over any cards now, as he should not. He gave away information on some of his hands previously. This would be a disastrous time to do so.
On 18, and I like never made a connection. So I was like sitting here like in my brain and then like the summer of Black Friday, I lived
Andrew has got this figured out. He does not want to fold. but I think he's going to have to. And Ming is going to sort of miraculously get his opponent off of a chop here, I think. Ming, you can see him, look at him fidgeting over there. I think he's just so excited that this is going to work. He's like, oh, I know I'm not losing the hand. Now I just want you to fold so that I get to keep everything in the middle and not just half of it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I had no idea.
I felt that like 30 minutes.
I'm going to call on this one for a 1-3 game. It's going to be a 1-3 Holdem game. Vigilance to give a thumbs up or thumbs down. Tillman?
For the blue.
Charles?
For the blue.
Charles E.
No. Tag on YouTube.
Yeah, the thing with pocket
All
tens,
the
nines,
dogs
jacks,
do
things
that.
like that, like those are just never
Fail
checking the flop.
I like that.
I mean, okay, I say never. It's so rare that you would check the flop. I mean, because it's just such a great flop. 8-8-3 rainbow, are you kidding me? Like, that's a beautiful flop. And you never want to check something like nines or tens there. Have J-Win check behind and then a king, a queen, an ace, like any of these things peel off, right? There's no sense whatsoever in that.
Our brains can't win.
So, I mean, it's always tricky because we can see the cards, so we are going to be a little bit or a lot of bit biased in our opinions of, like, what was a good play, what wasn't. I mean, here we can see for sure that going all in with the ace-king and getting his opponent to fold his chop equity is, like, brilliant. It's amazing. It's fantastic when it comes to the actual result of the hand. And then when we go back and we think, if he has just any two cards, forget about the ace-king, just give him any two cards. He goes all in there. Pardon me. Is Andrew going to fold a hand that is better than ace-king? And I'm not sure that's the case. Look at how on the fence he was about folding the ace-king itself. Like, he really didn't want to. Something didn't make sense. I think he recognized what was going on in that hand, just couldn't quite convince himself to make the call. So I don't think that turning ace-king into a bluff actually would work if his opponent had a hand better than it. So the bluff would fail. Therefore, the only thing that it could ever accomplish is getting him to fold the chop. And are you really just going to go for that? I mean, I don't know. If you're, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to beat that one to death, but that's that was an interesting hand for sure. All right, raise to 75 here. Slicer in the cutoff, queen 10 off. Jay will make the call, play in position with the king 9 suited. Ace high board here. Both players with some equity here. Slicer, second pair and a gutty. Jay, gut shot of his own as well as backdoor diamond. Slicer checks it over. Jay bets and wow. Slicer gonna play this as a check raise. And Jay will quickly let it go. Check raise there. Queen 10 offsuit. No club. Huh. Interesting play there. I like it. Slicer just had the best hand. Gets his opponent to fold out his roughly 20% or so equity. Well, unless I missed something, Carolyn has deserted us. So I am going to gamble all by myself. Unless Padawan producer Kristen would like to go up against me. You want to go for 20 or no? All right, for 20 it is. Oh yeah, no, I just did. Well, fine. All right, Ming here gets aces and a walk. He just got a walk in the big blind? Oh my God, that's amazing. All right, I rolled a 71. Kristen showing me up betting 1,000 though. I'm just happy to be up over 14K. Ooh, let's go. Taco Bell on Kristen tonight. I still have not been to Taco Bell since I started doing keto, but I have definitely started cheating quite a bit. Going to Vegas and maintaining a keto diet is just really not an option. But I have been doing a pretty good job. I still feel good. And yeah. Woohoo! I might just be going to Taco Bell after this. I don't know. We'll see. A couple more opportunities to gamble before the stream is up. We've got a little over an hour, so we can do two more rounds. All right, raise to 75 and a call from Johnny. Caitlin here in a brilliant squeeze spot. Oh, Ming got in there with a call as well. Even more brilliant squeeze spot. And while this looks like exactly, just like, oh, look at all this dead money, let me take it. I mean, Caitlin also just has the goods, so makes it a lot easier to squeeze when you have the ace king there. The real doozy is like wake up with ace 3 off there and convince yourself to do it. I think the best players are going to take that spot every time. Open and 1-2 callers in between, like, give me that money. All these people are trying to see a flop. Squeeze it up, get the first guy to fold, everybody else has to fold. Yeah, great spots. Pardon me, my goodness. Problem with getting the chest cold is just the constant tickle. Feeling like you have to cough all the time. Sort of obnoxious, especially when you do a job like this.
No, my mom was calling.
All right, Jay win with the ace jack. Makes it 75. Back over to Bones. Suited king 8. Definitely got to peel off a flop there. King right in the window and a couple clubs behind it. So now Jay win here. Drawing super thin. Checky, checky. Jack now on the turn. Improves Jay win to a pair of jacks. However, he will not be winning this hand unless he hits another jack or an ace that is not a club. Bones starts betting now, 75. Jay win quick call, and it's another king. And Bones here could actually get a lot of value. I would like to see a big bet here, something like an overbet, 400 perhaps. If you have queen 10, ace queen, something like that, or busted clubs every once in a while, you would want to go big. Gonna bet 250, still a sizable wager. I don't think Jay-Win can do anything other than call. This almost looks like too value-y. The problem is that Bones could do this with Queen Jack. Like he would be completely justified in value betting Queen Jack. Even 10 Jack for this size. Jay-Win wants to fold though. My God. And I wonder how Jay-Win would feel if Bones made it 400. Maybe he folds just as quickly or faster. I don't know, but to fold ace jack there is something else. Jay-Win getting a pretty good read on that one and lets it go. Take a look at some net earnings. One more peek here. Slicer, starting off plus 5K on hand number 1, has continued to accumulate, up well over 8,000. Ming, our next biggest winner, right there next to Caitlin, up just about 1K each. Bones, tight on their heels. Rick and Jay also up a little bit. So yeah, Johnny, Andrew, and Jay win there. The most stuck players. These players, of course, no stranger to big swings. When you play at stakes like these, you are going to have some big days, some big nights. You're going to have some downs. And you just got to swing back and forth. roll with the punches. All right, ace high board two-tone. Bones here with the best hand, but J-Win with the betting lead. Checks it over, J-Win c-bets and takes it down. Small Jockey Ken in the chat. Hey, what's up, man? All right, hand number 61 here. We are a little bit behind schedule in terms of the number of hands that we typically run on a stream. We usually hit the 100 mark, somewhere thereabouts, usually a few over if things are going smoothly. We've had a number of hiccups here this evening, so I do want to apologize for that again, and thank you all for hanging out with us. We always enjoy having you guys with us and look forward to many, many more TCH live streams with y'all. All right, Johnny gonna raise it up. Standard 75 to go. Against one caller. Heads up to an ace high flop. Johnny and Rick both repping king high. Johnny here just checking it over as well. So these ace high boards like this, like you have such a strong range advantage. Plus with the king and the queen, you have sort of the perfect combination to c-bet and potentially blast away on turns. So I definitely think there are some missed opportunities here from Johnny in terms of c-betting on these ace high boards. Does go for the delayed c-bet now with the turned gut shot and queen high flush draw. Rick here has a gut shot of his own. King high every once in a while gonna be good as well, but pretty rough spot. Bet of 75 is pretty small. It's like you just feel rough. It just feels rough. And he's just gonna let it go, which I think is kind of what you have to do there. You have a diamond now. Obviously, you can think about going for a raise or a call, but no diamond there. Just let it go.
If you're honest about why you need the money, I was going to be real. What do you think is a fair
I mean, like, how are you gonna make money? How are you gonna make your investment? I don't believe in like offering something where your investment is exposed.
All right, cruising right along here. Andrew in the straddle. No, sorry, Andrew is first to act. He's getting tricky trappy with a limp over the $25 straddle. Slicer will limp. He has seen this song and dance a few times. The limp under the gun from many players, including Andrew, who will do this with their best hands. Go for a limp back raise. Jay here gonna flop two pair, and this is unfortunate for him. He will bet 50. Andrew will make the call quickly, and Slicer is quickly out of the way. Two overcards, backdoor hearts. He has nothing to do with this. Snap folds. Jay will continue betting here on the turn, and Andrew will continue calling. Runs out a 7 high board here. I don't think Jay should continue betting. This is starting to get a little bit weird. You could go for, I guess, a block, but not sure I would have even bet the turn. Bet a 200 here. Andrew going to try to get value from the kings, and Jay is like, nah, if you can call, and then not even check back the river, like you don't have ace high. If you had ace king or something like that that was slow played, and you were just trying to get to showdown, like then you would take your showdown. Instead, you're betting the river, so you've got to have it. Sure enough, he does, and nice laydown from Jay. He like obviously as a public trader, I don't think a public trader Nice. Hal going for the $9.99 super chat. Banks it. Let's go. All right, Ragnar got a orientation in 2 weeks. Fantastic. Congratulations. All right, Johnny here with a K. I'll raise it up to 125. Bunch of rags. And everybody just dips out, so Johnny's just going to take that one down. As we roll into the 9 o'clock hour here, Central Time in Austin, Texas, means we got just about 1 hour of fine, premium, top grade, quality poker streaming for you. The $25 straddle is not on, but Ming is going to make it 75 nonetheless. And Andrew in the big blind going to wake up with ace king suited. 3-bet incoming. 275 to go now, and Ming quickly reaching for chips and makes the call. Dominated position here. Andrew with the betting lead. First to act comes jack high, all diamonds. Neither player with a diamond. Andrew quickly checking it over. And Ming here, let's see, he's just going to check this back. 555 in the middle. Board pairs on the turn, 6 of hearts. Andrew just looking to get to showdown with his nut no pair. Ming here gonna do the same, so check, check again. Comes an ace on the end, it's another diamond, so 4 diamonds out there. Andrew gonna check, and now Ming here gonna put together what looks to be a chunky bluff. Is this the 420? No, this is more than, no, less than that. What is this? 475 from Ming, and quickly too. Andrew already got pushed off of a hand earlier against this player. It will not happen again. He will make the call and take the pot with the pair of aces. Very interesting choice of bet size and everything there on the end. Andrew seeing through this because most players, I think Ming included, if you walked over there and you swapped out his king of spades for a king of diamonds, you said, here, replay the hand, what would you do? And they're almost certainly not checking on the flop and the turn, right? At some point they would have started betting. So very unlikely that that man is going to have the king of diamonds. And probably the same could be said for a lot of other diamonds. So, yeah, Andrew seeing through that ruse pretty quickly. And also just having top pair, top kicker. Like, you know, that helps a little bit. But anytime there's a one-liner to a straight or one card to a flush, yeah, a lot of people will just sort of instantly give their opponent credit for having that straight or flush, and credit to Andrew for making the call with one pair. All right, 3 ways to a flop here. Ming in the mix out of the straddle with the 10 Dewey offsuit. Does make a pair, but it's not better than bones. All 3 players will continue to the turn. Board pairing 6 once again. Seen some queen high boards a lot, and boards pairing 6 on the turn. Checks through. 7 here on the end improves no one, so bones will win if we get to showdown. Ming with the pair on board. Let's see if he does something interesting. Andrew here definitely the player to sort of take the first stab, and stab he will to a very large size. 400, and that will get the job done. Sort of a curiously polarizing size.
Against the same person.
I'm a little bit intrigued by the fact that Bones didn't even think about that one. I mean, he had a pure bluff catcher, but like Andrew is really announcing like I have like a deuce or sorry, a 6. I have a 6 or probably nothing. And if you can narrow them down to a 6 or nothing, 5s become a much more appealing bluff catcher because you interact with all of the 6 5s. And so I might have advocated for thinking that one through just a little bit longer, just because the size was so big. If it was like a more reasonable value bet size where you give them all the jacks and stuff, like sure, snap fold it, but
Her whole identity is.
all right, multi-way action once again. Hand number 66. 9 triz on board. As a lot of broadways represented. Andrew in the mix with the 7-4 of clubs. He actually has the best hand. Checks to him. He checks as well. Board pairs on the turn. What's new? This time it's a 3. Check, check, check. Over to Andrew again. I think he needs to bet to deny equity, but he will not. Ace of spades now on the end, and surprisingly, this doesn't connect with anybody, so Andrew's going to win nonetheless. And yeah, I get that betting there feels kind of gross. You're betting into 3 opponents, and the thing is that you're not usually value owning yourself with a hand like 7-4 clubs. Like nobody else should have a 4 really, and if they had ace 4, they'd probably bet the turn. So I like betting to deny equity there. All right, Caitlin is in the straddle. Boom is first to ask.
Do you follow politics at all? And you love that shit. So every single time Lauren Boebert is trending, you don't click on it.
Andrew with a beautiful hand.
I do
Jack 10 suited, and he is going to pump this up from the cutoff. 5x open. This is unique. And Caitlin will just easily fold her dominated hand. Had this been a raise to 75, I think Caitlin peels one
I just
off.
read that. I don't know if it's yeah, the wages are strat. That's the thing. It closed down. Huh? I don't know if it's live, but it's called shooters.
Yeah, I haven't experimented very much with, well, certainly not in deep stack cash. But looking at bet sizes, different bet sizes, as a criteria for different hand classes, it's makes it tremendously difficult, and in fact is probably way more involved or complicated than it ever needs to be to split your range into 2 components where I use this size with these cards and I use this size with different cards, right? Like, to be consistent in that actually makes it easier for your opponents to work against you. Because, like, let's take your under the gun range, for example. I'll come back to this here in a moment as we've got some hands crashing into each other. Andrew here with a couple of J wins, couple of J's, couple of Johnnies. And, yeah, that's an ace and a 10 there. Sorry, Caitlin has ace. Not sure why I thought she had a 10. But she still does have an ace, so she's going to flop top pair. 10 pairs the board, checky, checky. And there's the queen on the end. Caitlin now going to be happy to go for some value. Bets nearly full pot, certainly over 3/4. And Andrew here with the jiggities. Gotta try to figure out if this can ever be a bluff. He does have the jack of clubs, so he could think about doing some sort of big river bluff here. He could rep king jack or the club flush, interacting with the key card there, the jack of clubs, in a really strong way. Sort of pointing at the pot. Fingers moving about. This is much more the deliberations of a man who is thinking about calling not a man who's thinking about raising as a bluff. So he does just pitch the cards in face up. Caitlin will not get any additional value. But let's see here. What was I saying? So you can imagine taking an under the gun range, which is going to be pretty tight, and then like splitting that in half and being like, all right, we're going to play this half of the range for this size and this half of the range for this size, whatever. I mean, that's insane, because it would be so easy for your opponents to be like, oh, I have fewer hands to even try to calculate on when you use either of your two sizes, because the other half just disappears. This is, of course, if they knew your strategy. But then, even if you move all the way back around over to the cutoff of the button where you have a much larger range, using different sizes is still going to perforate your range into different like categories, and makes it easier for your opponents to play against you. I'm not sure that Andrew has like a consistent strategy of like, these are the hand classes that I'm going to use for these different sizes, but I don't know, it's curious.
I mean, I read the New York Times. That's where I got it.
All right. Some more Broadways running into each other here. Raised to 125 from Andrew.
That's what kind of was like.
Once again. So again, using the 5x open size. Last time, Jack 10 suited, this time Queen Jack off. Johnny makes the call. Ming makes the call. Jay-Win makes the call. Perhaps it's just to try to thin the field because the 3x open has been getting called so much. I'm not exactly sure. That's certainly a adaptation that makes sense in a lot of games. And this can be true to anyone listening. If you go and sit down at a 1-2 game and you open to $10 and get called in 7 places, like, okay, 10 usually works in my usual game. Here it doesn't seem to. Open to 10 again, get called 5 times. Yeah, no, 10 ain't going to do it. Time to start raising to 15 or 20, whatever it takes. You know, so you do need to be adaptable. Perhaps that's all that's happening here for Andrew. Again, checks all the way through. 6 high board. 5 on the turn, so 1-liner to a straight. Johnny going to take a stab here. He's like, if anybody has any of this, they would have bet by now. And I just cold called and opened, so I can have some 7s and shit. Just take this down. We'll flip Johnny. Let's go. All right, 7 minutes till we can gamble again.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
Still working on getting that last hand all sorted out. It was just an effort to make sure that he got the chips allocated to him. I feel like we should have had another Pila bomb pot here. So yeah, I guess it's coming up. When that happens, I'm going to step out, use the restroom really quick. So, and number 70, perhaps next one or the one after, we'll get that Pila bomb pot going. Andrew here raises to 100 this time, so a 4x open, just mixing it up, I guess. Ming will make the call. King 7 suited. Jay-Win going to get in the mix as well. He's got 2 7s, the red ones. And here we go, 3 players to a flop. King right in the window, another king behind it. Both Andrew and Ming flopping top trips. Jay-Win here with 2 pair as well. Very action-heavy flop. Andrew bets 200, which is 2/3 pot. Going for it here. I like it. Ming will just make the call, and Jay-Win here now has to wonder, are 7s worthy of continuing? Certainly in a heads-up pot, the answer is always yes. You can't go folding 7s, especially with a heart. As it stands, he is going to get out of the way. Andrew now will check the 9 of diamonds on the turn. Ming here will feel perfectly happy to start blasting. And blast he will. 425, 350 I should say. So relatively small sizing here, trying to give the flush draws of the world a good price to continue. Andrew, of course, does not have that. He has top trips with the superior kicker at the moment. Off to a river we go. It's an ace of hearts. Changes nothing. Andrew will be playing 3 kings with the ace and the queen kicking. Ming's 7 will not be playing, but he is playing the 3 kings, the ace 9. See if Andrew checks it over to him one more time. Front door flush did complete, so he may decide to go for a block size here instead. 1430, if he does, it would probably be like 300, 350 maybe. Ming here looks uncomfortable about betting. Yeah, I think maybe the block on the river would have been the right move here from Andrew. He's not going to get paid. Ming is going to turn it over and find out the bad news. Yeah, you were behind the whole way, but that was a very good river to not commit more chips. Ming, of course, would have felt like he was going for value had any other card besides a heart come off on the end. All right, here comes the $25 PLO bomb pot. I conjured it into existence. You guys enjoy. I'll let you guys sort through all of the cards on the screen. I'll be right back.
Had a king. I worried about my kicker a little, yes. The river kind of like solved my kicker problem, that fucking flush.
Solves all your problems.
It actually trapped me fucking deeper. But I mean, we all check on river, so.
Very much, everyone. Good luck to all of you. Bomb pop next dealer.
All right, let's see what I missed. We've got to the river with a bunch of players still in, at least 4 of them that I can see. 5, perhaps more. Set of 8s here for Rick, I can see that, and he now has a straight on top. Rick actually in pole position here. I mean, he's gonna scoop this, right? Can't really see anybody else having anything that's gonna come through. Yeah, he's got straight to the queen on top and 8's full. Another one. So, yeah, looks to me like Rick is going to win this one, unless I'm just somehow completely missing something. Andrew here, though, has bet 500. Johnny trying to figure out what he should do with his bottom set on top. Yeah, it is definitely let it go. He does come to that conclusion. Rick here just makes the call. His hand is certainly strong enough to go for the raise. But yeah, I mean, he's gonna win this pot, and I'm not sure Andrew had a hand that could have called, but with the 9 blocker, 5 on bottom. I don't know. I think he might have. Who knows? We'll never know. But yeah, nice little pot there.
Yeah, I would
Rick.
just thinking long.
The time for our gamble has come.
Like I
Miss
thought
Kristen,
I
would you
was
like
thinking
to
I had the king in my hand, but I
give it
didn't
another
want
go?
The king with the like not
All right,
sticker
I will
in
lead
hand.
us off since I won the last time.
Gosh.
I'm in, so whenever you're ready. All right, you only got to beat a 31, so that should be.
Whatever people lower.
Oh, good Lord. You are running bad. Yeah. Well, that's extra Taco Bell for Papa Aaron. Whew. Yep. All right, Jack high flop here. 6 on the turn. Andrew picks up an up and down straight draw. Slicer started with an up and down, only now betting it on the turn. Board pairs on the river, and Slicer is best with queen high. He's just going to give this up. Let's see if Andrew takes a stab. No, Andrew is just done. Andrew is just done with it, and Slicer will win with the queen high. Quick decision there from Andrew to shut it down with a hand as bad as 5 high. I feel like the standard is to take your best hands and bet them for value and mix them with your worst hands to bet as a bluff. 5 high certainly qualifying as one of your worst hands. And taking your middling stuff and just giving that up. But not going to go for it.
Three fan offsuit.
All right, Ming here with the suited ace-8 will make the standard raise to 75. Andrew will defend from the straddle. King 6 offsuit. And I see a 6, so that's a pair for Andrew, and that catapults him into the lead. Ming quickly checking behind on the flop. Brings in the 5 of diamonds on the turn, checky once more. And a harmless 3 of hearts. Andrew continues checking, and Ming should just take his showdown with ace high, which he does. He's no good. Let me know here in the chat if you guys have an opinion about switching it up, moving from Monday to Thursday for our 5-10 uncapped game, and moving the 2-5 or the 5-5 match the stack game over to Mondays. That seems logistically just like the best move, since we have just a little bit more freedom to operate on Thursdays, and should give us an opportunity to hopefully grow the viewer base, and continue to provide high quality content to you guys at the highest of stakes with the most excitement. So let us know what you think of that. I hope you guys appreciate it. I think I will. Not much difference between Mondays and Thursdays in terms of my schedule or whatever, but I do just like the idea of being able to have a little bit more freedom here on Thursday. All right, Jay Wynn here. He's got aces. He lost with them last time, doubled up Rick, who had the queen jack suited. This time, Rick has the queen 10 off, and he's going to pick it up, flick it, and put it in the muck. Bones is also out of the way, and Jay Wynn will take down a small pot, which is better than losing an all-in pot, however. No imagine that Jay Wynn was looking forward to potentially recouping some of his earlier losses. Let's take a look here at the net earnings as we move into the final 40 minutes of the broadcast. Slicer has gone nowhere but up. 8,500 in the green / black. Rick now up 2K almost. Caitlin's a little over 1. Bones has eked out a small profit as well. Everybody else down in the black / red. Or in red. And Jay Wynn, of course, stuck the most, down a little over 9K now. Let's beat the V-Pips one more time here. See if we have any Lottie line holders. Bones is hanging out just above it. Caitlin has moved up almost to 20%. Ming and Andrew have played the most hands.
Oh, yeah.
This evening. Jay Wynn here going to be coming in for a standard open.
Oh, the pronunciation is Balenciaga.
Slicer has aces again, of course. 3-bet.
Don't practice my pronunciation. What's wrong with you?
Everyone else out of the way. Jay Wynn does have a hand that is good enough to play. It's also the kind of hand that you would prefer to play against aces rather than a hand like king.
2 years ago in Los Angeles.
JTN saying he's used to Bones wearing a hat backwards. Yeah, no, that is the norm. Ace-high board here, so top set for Slicer. Jay Wynn has nothing, which is good for him, because he'll check, Slicer will bet, and Jay Wynn will snap fold, and Slicer shows him too. He's like, yeah, no, I had these again, and I'm glad I didn't stack you again. Well, probably not, but like, you know, I just always have aces whenever I play hand again.
I happily bought that shoe.
Oh boy.
$1,000 Yeah. I mean, you can try something new. It's a little expensive. I don't like.
All right, let's take a look at the aggression frequency. This is always a fun plot for me. Usually gives you an indication of sort of the type of player that you have. I'm not sure that this is really going to do that justice to it. But Slicer, Caitlin, Bones, way up at the top. When they play hard. Andrew, Jay Wynn, and Johnny so far tonight playing a little bit more on
he also told me that he gave me his card and also told me that
most of which players are playing a consistent strategy. Pardon me, is just due to card distribution and
I'm not going to
position.
compound my mistake here. I didn't realize there wasn't a straddle.
Other times the aggression frequency can really give you sort of insight as to whether or not players like to play a more passive style or not. Andrew here, very unpassive, very aggressive with 5-4 offsuit on the button, going for the squeeze and taking it down.
I remember yesterday when we got aces, I got, it used offsuit.
What happened?
Yesterday when we were playing the 5-10 of the last
It was a walk?
Yeah.
Night aces.
Yeah, you had aces. I was on the straddle 25. I thought the induced offsuit.
Yeah, come on.
Not even defense.
All right, Slicer here doesn't have 2 aces. He does have 1 though, and paired with a queen. Pretty good hand. Open it up.
Thank you.
No takers, and that's going to do it. Everyone's afraid of the aces. Slicer, of course, a pretty talented player in his own right, whether he's got aces or not. Plus, everybody just has dog shit, so, you know. There's, you know, nothing. Tough roll there, Frank. Anytime you get a single digit, it just feels bad. You're like, bro, there's like a tens place there. Could you put something in there? Even a 1? No? Cool, thanks. All right, raise to 75 from Slicer. Ming gonna come in there on the button with the unsuited connector. Bones will make the call with the same hand as Slicer. And here we go. Ming will flop a gut shot. Everybody else sitting on ace high. Slicer will continue though. Having the 10 in hand gives him some flexibility. Not necessarily flexibility, but some connectivity rather to the jack.
Yeah, like I got a few names.
And everybody just gets out of the way. Slicer will take down another one. Just like that. Skullbone also rolling a single digit. Yeesh.
Pure follow. So I like to call them pure follow.
The rolls are pretty aggro.
Right. Yeah.
The aggression frequency on these rolls too high, too damn high.
Wow, you just mean it, right? Respect.
All right, Andrew with a min click this time. Bouncing around between the 5x, the 4x, the standard 3x, now a min click. I guess it's really just a, maybe there's an RNG. Maybe he has an RNG. Maybe it's like the number of pieces that the animal cracker or whatever it is that he's eating like crumbles into. He's like, oh, that's the number of big blinds that I bet. It's a good randomization strategy. King high board here. Both Andrew and Ming gonna flop top pair. Ming this time pipping his opponent. 3 of diamonds though on the turn. Andrew picks up the king high flush draw to go along with his top pair. After betting 150 on the flop and 505 New Mexico area code here in the middle, he will continue for 3 1/4. I think Ming has no choice but to just call in position.
Like, did you see the hand where he was pure bluffing and he got called by worse when
Certainly no reason to raise,
like that's running.
and folding is out of the question.
I know you are.
And by folding out of the question, I mean Ming folds it face up.
Yeah, fucking kick her
Andrew
again.
will show him the king and be like, yeah, no, of course.
Whatever.
That was
I'll
the
say
case.
any hand I see.
You know what the
There were, I would say, half the deck coming
No, my concern
that
is
Andrew would not include.
I'm really not winning any other fucking kicker with them.
So,
You know the kicker shit.
yeah, pretty good
Now
spot
let's
there
one
from
real
Ming.
one to
King
the
9,
left.
however, he lets it go. Andrew will take it down, no contest.
Oh. Let's do, anyone familiar with Laden, the game? I needed someone to dance.
All right, 25 is on. Ming here, 6-5 of diamonds. See if he flats this or if he comes in for a raise.
Think about it, they're gonna bet on it.
It is the raise. 75 to go. Rick here, suited 9-6, not a good hand. Caitlin, though, she's got a good hand in position here to squeeze with, but she's just going to make the call.
I was there with you.
I heard that.
Oh, I need someone else there. Damn it.
Bones make the call with the 5s, and Slicer ditches the ace-9, not interested in finding himself in a dominated spot. Queen high board, 2 8s out there.
What is the cheapest?
Caitlin flops best,
Think about it.
crushing her opponent's
And he comes
equity.
back like in his prime musical state.
Checks over to Caitlin. She will bet a little over half pot, 2/3 there. Large sizing, but why not? Just attack, smash them. No takers though. No one will take the smashing. And keep
You're
it.
betting on what I think. You're betting on what I think.
But he hears our answers before he decides.
I already know. I already decided.
He can't change it.
Yeah, I already
Dang,
decided.
everybody losing. And
I got the number.
Trophy on finding a 98 there.
One day old.
One day old.
Who gets the 5x
But
on.
is this in a
Nicely
universe
done.
where the HBO special exists? And everybody's
In person, it's a ticket.
No, in person.
Just today or
Don't complicate it. That's a simple question.
It's not on HBO. You gotta. It's not. It's not gonna be.
You don't go, you don't see him.
How much would I pay?
No, how much?
Jay here, who has been on the straddle train
I think, not what you.
all day,
It doesn't even
is
matter
going to
how
go
much
ahead
you pay.
and
Just how much is the cheapest thing?
just miss
You
it.
set the line. You can set the line.
I think that's it.
Obviously, she doesn't know she's.
Whether
You keep going back and forth with
straddle,
yourself.
like screw it, I'll just look
$200.
I'll say over 3.
and be done with it.
Yeah, you can keep. You can
Ming will open the ace tray suited. Rick will make the call. Definitely
She doesn't know how to play.
the configuration. Jaywin has sevens once again. I think this is something like the third time or fourth time that Jaywin has had sevens.
I asked.
He's going to squeeze though.
No, I
Make
haven't
it
said it. So,
200
hey,
to
y'all
go.
set the line.
Over,
I'll say you two
open
set
to
it.
40. I suspect that Ming will call and then Rick is going to fold, but this could just go
No,
call
I haven't
call.
been.
You have it?
Yeah, you guys should.
Oh, never mind. Oh, that look is usually the
Yes,
look
I have the
you're
number.
about to pitch it.
Alright, we'll speed it up.
Certainly, if Ming folds, then Rick folds behind.
It is over 2K.
So set the line more.
But it will be a call. All right, let's see if
You
Rick
say under, say over, say over.
Over.
Now you have to say
and one last one.
You say like
And in the garbage.
keep going.
50,000.
All right, 450 in the middle. Heads up between Jaywin and Ming. Jaywin out of
Yeah, that's what I'm
position.
saying. Like, you don't know what you're talking about.
Beautiful flop for a pair of sevens, though. 8 high.
I'll say
And with the 450, I suspect half pot,
Okay, we're still going
even
up.
more.
Okay.
Yeah, 2/3.
60.
I'll say over.
Ming here
Okay, should we just shoot up to
does have a gut shot to the
Okay,
wheel
let's do.
and an overcard to the board, but with no club on there, on that board, it's really just kind of a fool's errand to continue.
Yeah, you said 200.
Um,
Come on, Kelly.
Well, certainly to continue as a call. And
Okay,
check
100.
raising doesn't feel good either because there's just not going to be any good
Take
times
under
for
now?
you.
Okay.
Nice thing about check raising a hand like this, if that was like the 5 of clubs, is that you could get something like, you know, 10 of clubs on the turn or whatever and just keep blasting away. But as it stands, the ace high here with no backward flush equity,
Pierre said
and
11,000
your only good cards being
I think the number's in the
offsuited
millions.
4. If I offsuited not a diamond, I wouldn't make this call. Ming feels otherwise. He's going to go for it.
Come on, we gotta keep it reasonable.
Thinks his ace high might be best. Checky, checky. One more shot at glory and bingo. Jaywin running bad
Now
tonight.
you're overdoing it.
Can't dodge the 3-outer. Well, I mean, you got to throw in the other 3.
What I thought it would be.
Well, it's really 4, I guess, because the diamond doesn't really hurt. In any case, 7 outs or whatever. Gets there from a still a pretty good-looking board here for Jaywin as well. Checks it over a final time, and he's gotten away from some spots earlier
Because back to line.
where Ming went for the river value. This is a little bit of a different dynamic, but let's see if Jaywin can see through this. There's 1K in the pot.
But you're assuming he's dead.
Oh, Ming's all in for an overbet. Okay. This is,
Well, damn, it would be over $1 million then if he's dead. He
this
goes
is
back to
max pressure. Jaywin here, no diamond.
But I'm just saying, he comes back to
Ugh,
line.
he also blocks 6-7 for the
yeah,
nut
no,
straight.
yeah,
Oh my
because that
goodness.
number's
I think Jaywin might have to call here. He does. He actually calls quite quickly. And having his opponent drill a wheel on the end has got to just be absolutely deflating. Yeah, you could see the expression there from Jaywin. He's like, how bad do I run? What is that river card? And how did you even call the flop bet? All good questions, all difficult questions, with no good
That
answers.
show I'm going
Jaywin
to in
here.
Vegas, the one with the
Going through the ringer tonight.
It's like 350. But they're probably
We'll,
I had no
look
point
at
understood
these
the game. I'm
net
gonna go
earnings.
clean about it.
The hand up.
You gotta set the line. You can like under.
That is going to be
No, that's
another
not my
digit. The
wheelhouse.
10s digit will be in use here for Jaywin tonight. There it is, down over 11K. Really just a tough run here for Jaywin tonight. Slicer, of course, on the other end of the spectrum, up nearly 9K. I don't think he's lost a pot he's played. Rick, Caitlin, up over 1K. Ming, close behind.
Engage. We're talking about engage.
Positive territory here on
Walk
the
across state Texas.
Going with Bones.
what
How
is-
long?
From the
Bones
furthest
stays
point east to west.
east to west. Yeah, east to west.
Furthermost east point to the farthest west.
Yeah, and you take breaks, but how long would it take you?
Alright, if I take
Like,
All right,
say,
Bones
say,
waking up with
we're gonna
pocket
get-
fives yet again. I think he's had those a number of times.
That's a good question. I like it.
Rick raised to 55. Bones has 2 5s. He's like, oh, 55? That's the perfect number, I call.
So we're walking. We're walking.
Andrew with queen 6 off. This hand is no good, even for such a small raise.
Write down your answer.
I knew you was bluffing. I knew you was bluffing.
Oh, you know the.
No, his score is done.
He's gonna find a.
That's up to go, Rick.
Like,
No, he's not. He's just.
And as is usually the case,
Yeah,
pocket
he-
fives off,
Bones, yeah, he gets. But
third pair. And Rick here with a gut shot to Broadway and a beautiful looking flop for his range. Just going to go ahead and grab some chippies and toss them out there. 2/3 pot. We'll get the job done.
so how much you want to bet? Who gets closer?
I'm not looking at you.
Pez finding a good roll there. Nice.
We bet on how many hands we're gonna fit in 30 minutes. That's what I really want to bet on.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It's like 27 and a half.
All right, hand number 83.
Boys, you know calculations how many miles there is east to
Yeah,
west?
see, calculate.
Come on, no.
Get out of here. Get out. You should be able to use it. That's what makes it
He
fun.
never learned his times tables. Be
Looks like
nice.
we've been missing
So what? So all you did was use a
several
calculator.
straddles.
That's it?
Yeah,
Or did you look it up?
I'm just doing
Not sure if that
Yeah, we zero.
was discussed
That
or
could be part of it too.
players
No, whatever.
Stop
What are they
putting
calculating?
Alright, fine, I'll do the math in my head.
The
In
rest of
any
it.
case, got an open here from Slicer on the button with the Jack-10 offsuit. That's just going to get through. Nobody wants to play with Slicer when he's on fire. Understandable. Plus the cards were no good.
Stuck in my brain, but I don't know if it's horrible. I have no idea how big the state is. I've only gone north. I've never gone east or west.
Well, it's in
Yeah,
the motivation.
no
to finish,
25
what's
on.
the time
I think
constraint?
several
Well,
of the
like you
players
say,
have sort of decided that
he has a bet and he's supposed to know. He's supposed to walk across.
see if that's consistent or if that sticks.
Not an urgency. Not like
Yeah, I'm just looking at
urgency.
like
Just
hit
like
the Whataburger or whatever. Like, I'm gonna be trying to
Bones still stuck in sort of neutral over here. Not many good cards coming in for that man this evening. Take a look at the V-pips. He has taken position over Caitlin, though, moving on up to 19% on the V-pip. Everyone over the Lottie line, however. Lottie line, of course, being 15% on your V-pip. Jay here with the AK, gonna raise it up over Jay Wynn's
bro. Come on.
and Jay Wynn is
Come
gonna let
on,
it
bro.
go.
Yeah, we got a bet over here.
He's got it.
Okay, you got number. Wait, no, I got it. I got to be thinking. All right, I'm gonna say 12 days. Over right.
Oh, yeah, I'm still thinking of it. Okay, give me like 1 minute. Give me a minute.
Yeah, that's
Caitlin knows what she said.
I'm freaked out.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I am. I'm gonna be so.
I say 12 days.
Yeah. Okay, 14 days.
So he says over that 14 days.
All right, Bones here now pocket 3s, so plenty of small cards, small pocket pairs coming in for him.
I'll say
All right, Johnny gonna play this one tricky trappy.
I don't know what Bones is thinking.
All right, looked away there for a moment, unless he 3-bet, but I suspect he did not, as this pot is quite small and there's a bunch of players in here. So yeah, Ming here with a flush draw. Johnny top pair, top kicker. Bet of 75. Now Johnny will pounce, raise this up to 275. with the 9-high flush draw, facing a bet and a raise here on the flop, will make the call. Bones out of there, Slicer out of there. Heads up between Johnny and Ming. Board pairs of the 4 now. Shouldn't be a scary development for Johnny. 765 in the middle, so stack to pot ratio is about bang on 2. Problem is that the front door flush
I'm gonna say.
and potential combo draw type situation is there. Oh no, oh no, this goes check, check. And free river card is a club. Ming gets there. Johnny checks once again. Ming taking a look over, seeing how much his neighbor has. And
I'm gonna say 25.
It's
under 25.
Not too sure about this. Ming is going to bet 5.
What do you think it was?
And Johnny with the ace of clubs. I mean, he looks like a man who's going to fold.
I was estimating
His
500
hand
miles.
is disguised for 1, and having the ace of clubs, I mean, makes it sort of a slam dunk call. He does call. He is going to lose, and I mean, that's just unfortunate. That's sort of a cooler, but I certainly think that a bet on the turn is the right play. And people will look at that and they'll say, okay, the stack pot ratio is 2. How do you bet a size that can get all the money in on the river and blah, 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 blah. But honestly, it doesn't really matter, because when it's bet, raise, and then someone just calls, the flush draw is kind of, I mean, first of all, not too many people would do that, but it's almost certainly a flush draw. If somebody had 2 pair or better, they would just like rip it in. And so that you almost always have a flush draw that you're up against. So then checking the turn is certainly a nightmare to give them a free card. But if you're up against a flush draw and you can just either price them in or price them out, like you can decide whether or not you want to give them that river card for a reason, like when I'm pricing them along, or just charge them a lot, right? I mean, SPR is 2. You can be like, I'll bet the pot, and like you can't put half of your stack in and feel good about it, right? Chasing it off. You also know you can raise me because you have no fold out, right? That puts him in the worst possible position. So I would have liked to see something like that. But
That's what I was. That's why I started.
that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Still gotta get like 8 hours of sleep. You might get an injury.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, I just factored in like.
All right, multi-way action again. Bunch of Broadway cards here.
Yeah, that's a lot. 50 miles is a lot. I'm giving myself breaks.
It's 105 degrees outside too.
Johnny here still best with the over pair to the board, pocket 9.
Maybe you could do 50 a day if there is like a, like you said, like the kids, or maybe there's a $10 million prize or something. Yeah, exactly. There's a prize.
You walk at like a 3 mile.
Caitlin takes a stab though. Johnny. No, that had to have been a raise. Something is not quite right with the graphics there. That was not a bet and a call 30. I don't believe. That pot is much larger than 160. At least 200 in there. Caitlin is going to continue. Bets 150. Johnny basically min clicks, and she snap folds. Okay, so Caitlin was just sort of taking some stabs at this with a whole lot of not much, hoping to get her opponent to fold an ace high or something. When he raises on the one liner to a straight, she just ditches it. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
So are y'all going to watch the WSOP tomorrow, the final table? No. It's not that good. It's final table.
There's nobody there. Yeah, there's nobody there.
They're gonna like release a fully produced one where they cut all the scenes
Yeah, that's another reason I can't.
All right, time for one last gamble. Would you like to give it one more shot at glory there, Kristen? All right, I will lead us off once again.
Yeah. I don't have any financial or.
Locked and loaded whenever you're ready.
Are you gonna watch?
All right, Johnny here has ace queen. He's going to raise this up to 75. Bones in the straddle with a couple of trays. He will defend.
The final table is gonna be
Seen a lot of these small pocket pairs. Sometimes it's just like obnoxious because you keep getting them and you never flop a set and you always get some dirty ass board you just have to fold. Other times they can turn raggy looking cards into riches. This is certainly a board that threes will continue on. Threes. Check call. Queen though here on the turn, and Johnny will take the lead, taking a large pair. Checks it over. Johnny continues betting, and I think Bones will let it go now, which he does. And Johnny will take the pot.
Well, I mean, if you just watch the heads out, you know, it's like,
We were watching.
I have it open on my phone, on my browser. And
All right, I tried to gamble. So did Kristen. I'm not seeing our numbers pop up. Did I go too soon?
I pretty much just left
I don't think so.
twice a day, see how many
Did I?
players come in. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to learn some like tournaments.
Oh, is it 18? So got to wait till 48. Oh, okay. It just rolled over. Sorry, I jumped the gun just a little bit.
Icon balance.
All right, Andrew here, his turn with the small pocket pair. Going to raise it up with a couple of red fives. And that'll just take it down. All right, I rolled a 31. Let's see if you can beat that. It is exactly what I rolled last time.
3 times. I have not had I don't think I've had a bet. I had 7.
38. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna have to reduce the Taco Bell order here. Which is probably good for everyone. Oof. Our Sanctuary rolling a 1. That could have been you, Kristen. Could have been you. Oh my goodness. All right, Slicer just wins free money because no one wants to play with him. My goodness, a whole bunch of whiffs coming through. Everybody breaking it out. All right, Andrew here first to act. The old min click plus a chip.
You gotta get table service like that one. Have a good one, guys.
The animal cracker clicked right down the middle, cleaved right down the middle into 2 fine little pieces. So it was worth 2 blocks. All right, we've got some raggy little cards and some other big cards. I know someone has flopped an up and down straight draw. That would be Slicer. Bones has the baby pair once again. Checks all the way through, and Andrew picks up top pair here now on the turn. Bones literally cannot win this hand. But it doesn't matter because he wasn't going to try anyways. Andrew bets the turn and wins the chips. All right, hand number 90. We've made some pretty good progress here, picking up the pace here towards the back end.
My turn to think of one. Make someone answer it.
Compel them. You know what? I don't want to tell you what to do with your questions. I'd ask Caitlin.
That'll be more interesting.
It's a
It's
complete
gonna be all over the
crapshoot.
place. It's
It's
gonna
a
be all over the
complete
place.
crapshoot.
It'll be a straight gamble.
Do you follow?
I'll get rid of that.
Looks like a misdeal, perhaps. Something. Yeah, misdeal. Okay. Start it over.
You know any?
y'all all like into crypto stuff?
Well, it's because I'm gonna ask a question about it.
And it's like, she gives, I forget what the question was, but it was like the most important. It was like, how many recoveries left there?
Poker Monkey done gambling for tonight. Well, but there've been so many losers in a row. Now it's time for you to win, right? Isn't that how that works? I'm kidding.
We've played this so many times that we've had billions of countries been answered. We've had, they would give up sex for $5 for a year. They were dating.
All right, Ming's turn for the baby pair.
Oh, they're like, oh yeah, I don't need to.
They'll make it 75 to go. Rick on the Queen 8 offsuit. Oh, okay, I guess he just probably hadn't looked yet. I was like, that's not the hand you're looking for.
Who here doesn't know anything
No
about
takers all the way over to Andrew. He's got the suited for Trey, and he will defend. So way, way, way behind, but does flop an up and down straight draw. So just about the best flop that he could hope for that didn't have a bunch of hearts on it. Checky, checky. Meaningless 10 of diamonds here.
You already have, oh, you have it when you're ready.
Ace here on the end brings in the wheel for Andrew. He'll bet and take it down. Oh, you were talking about when maybe you gambled and don't have another opportunity. I got you, I got you.
No, I'll go under. So how much you think? No, I think it's under that.
Oh, we still gotta negotiate the line.
Nothing quite like seeing a full barrel of the pink chips over there in front of
So
Slicer.
you could have gone the other way.
Gotta
Like
love
it's
it.
$1 million too. You know, I don't know. I'm thinking she's thinking
Hold
the other
on,
way
Kenny,
around.
what's your bet for the Bitcoin price?
Wait.
Yeah, I have it, but I thought they're still negotiating.
Yeah, we gotta. You don't just. We don't.
You just bid. Like,
We can
I'll
still
say,
bid. We can still
over
bid. We
1,500,
negotiate.
over
I don't.
2K.
Oh, well, you.
And then until someone says
Till
under.
Rick
someone said bet.
displeased.
Until we say
Jack
bet.
deuce offsuit. Not a believer in the chalk
Say
continent.
specific number.
Was that?
He said 35,000.
I said 35,000. I started line
I
at
said
35.
under.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we can still negotiate.
All right, Jaywin gonna open the cutoff. Queen deuce suited. Gonna try to work some magic.
My guess is 7.
Some less than quality cards.
Was that close?
Nah, it's like
Make sure they don't.
it's like 20K.
$20,000.
On Jay here, he is going to
No, it's like 20,000.
release.
I am in the fucking industry. I'm playing poker with y'all
not
right
how
now
you
because
play,
the
bro.
price
You're supposed to
fucking
still
like dropped so
negotiate.
much. Otherwise, I should be like working on the crypto mining
Nobody saw
operation
it.
right
It doesn't
now.
count.
No, I saw it, baby. I see you. I see you, kid.
And Andrew's gonna win in the big blind here as he squeezes
That was so easy for you. You're like under.
the 7 Dewey.
No, we're supposed to negotiate. You
beast.
can't just say, oh, I'm under.
Well, that's the thing. Is like,
I'm not
if you
just, you can't just open up the line and say
It was
under.
well, it was
Wait,
easy.
if
I
you
could
make,
have.
if you make a ridiculous statement, yes, it's under.
No, but you gotta negotiate.
All right, not much
You can't
post-flop
just-
action here
What did you want me to say?
on some of these last few hands.
2,000, over 2,000, over 20,000.
But he's gonna say over. I think it's over. Oh, that's the bet.
No, you can't say over. You can't say
Oh, you
over.
can't
You
say
gotta
over.
say a number.
Oh.
You have to like.
You gotta say
up until
under?
someone says under.
Under.
Oh.
Say a
Rick here
number.
first to act, Jack 10 off. Not a great hand to be opening, but Rick wants to spice things up.
Start low until you. Okay.
Yeah, you want to start low.
How much is the big?
Jay with the 9 triz of hearts, not a believer.
She might have heard that it was something.
And Ming, yeah, he's not going to orphan his little babies out there with 6-5 offsuit. Oh my God, he is. He is.
That was like 3 years ago.
Never mind. Ming is not the man I thought he was. How quickly. Oh, Poker Monkey, he's in. Yeah, dude. Poker Monkey's locked and loaded. Still had a roll left and binks it with an 89.
Yeah, what about a Dogecoin? Ooh, wait. He like works at like mining and stuff, but he might not know Dogecoin.
I know all the fucking quotes.
Oh, you only pull up the
all the
website.
big
All
shots in
the
the fucking
fucking
industry,
coins right
whatever
there.
bullshit, you know, like I all know
Especially
it.
those with the straight ins.
I know, what are you talking about? There's only a website, 20,000 websites dedicated to the price of every coin.
Hold on. I'm the big man. Yeah, that's. Okay.
A lot of good banter here at the table. Just letting you guys enjoy that.
I mean, when I was working in Beijing last year,
All right, Bones here going to open from early
all the
position.
analyze,
Ace,
all the
Trey,
fucking thing right there, every
suited.
single day, every single week, because all the analyze.
Jay will make the call
details.
with his suited one gapper, and now Andrew on the ace king will come in
We do
for
every
third
slot,
bet.
like all the crypto we have the finance department.
Relatively small
So, like, they
raise
treat
size
all the
here,
different
only
coins,
135
and
to
we
go.
also mine the Bitcoin with
Sort of
all the
inviting
different
Bones to call and Jay behind, which it does. Andrew will get to play this one in position, but against two opponents.
Oh, I see.
You know, the volume and the price and all the other
Jack high board two tone.
and which kind of, for example, the,
Jay here
you know,
flopping
the
up and
Litecoin,
down.
whatever, what has changed
Andrew
today
does
and
have the
usually
ace of
before.
spades.
So, you know,
A
the
very
odds, whatever
relevant
they
card
think,
here.
no.
He'll continue. Bones is immediately out of the way, but yeah, Jay not going anywhere just yet with the straight draw.
Back to America,
Three of diamonds here on the turn would have given Bones the best hand with a pair of threes. Checky checky off to a 5 of diamonds on the river. Jay gonna take a stab at this now
No, I mean,
to
no,
the tune of 375, and Andrew looks ready to make the call with the ace king. He's had a couple of these spots already tonight. He folded one where he would have chopped. He called one and was correct, and now he is calling again and is correct. So he is 2 out of 3 with the ace high, ace king high hero calls. Nicely done.
Y'all gotta quit chasing this sheriff out of the saloon. He here to stay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I had ace king too.
Saw you on ace king.
Yeah, I had ace king too.
All right, really coming on down to the end of the line here. As we've got just another hand or two. Hand number 95 and hand 97 will be our last one. So a couple more to go.
Pocket pair from your side. Pocket 10, pocket jacks. And I really look strong when I call your like 2 barrels and push river all in on the river. And think about
Oh,
it.
cool, Ragnar, working on Cybertrucks. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, I hope I
All right. Jay Wynn here going to limp for 25. Jay waking up with the ladies. He's going to make this 150 to go. And Johnny on the button with 8s is going to cold call the 3-bet. No, this isn't really a 3-bet. This is just a single open. It's just a large one because we have a limp up front. Okay, Jay Wynn will make the call as well. So 3 players to a flop. Comes Jack high. Johnny has a gut shot. Backdoor straight flush draw. Jay Wynn here has whiffed this about as hard as you can. Jay, of course, going to try to charge these guys to continue. That's 225 for a little under half pot.
Yo, you gonna have expensive dinner. Expensive dinner.
Johnny will release, and Jay Wynn has no business in here. So yeah, Jay's just going to take this one down without any further resistance.
What's East Coast oysters?
Awesome, Ragnar. Well, we'll have to get you in the mix for sure. Look forward to it, man.
I gotta be honest with you, I don't think the Noki's making the cut. I'm probably gonna cut that one. I don't know how to cut it.
It's just like cost of cheese, right?
It's like a potato. It's like
It's like a homemade
So I'm like a big tournament. Like a soup.
Yeah, I like tournaments.
You play a lot.
It's usually in like the pasta section.
No, I think I played cash games more. But
Do you do anything with the oysters? You put sauce?
All right, Jay Wynn here first to act. Ace 4 of spades.
A little bit white trash.
Gonna come in for a raise.
Yeah, I think next week me and High will go
75
rate
to
the
go.
multi-bolster.
Jay Wynn just trying to get some change here.
I mean, you know, if you want to play that too, we can like pick the same thing.
Make his
ready
wager.
to show again.
Andrew will make the call.
do a swap.
King 5 suited. Ming, King Deuce suited. And now Rick sitting on a couple of 6s. Beautiful spot for him to come in for a limp as well. Or a flat, I should say, not necessarily a limp. Caitlin and Bones are out of there, so here we go. Maybe 4 ways to a flop. Andrew really does not want to run into spade 4. Comes ace high. J-Win here will flop best. Top pair with a wheel draw. J-Win's going to check it, though, as does everyone else, over and around to Ming, and there you go. Ming checks as well. 4 of diamonds on the turn.
I love it already. I don't know where
Rick
it's going, but I'm obsessed.
with the 6s.
And every time I see
Gonna take a crack at this. A little bit ambitious. He does block 5, 6 very heavily, but
it's like a planned thing. Like I gotta take
thanks,
it.
Ragnar. Appreciate you. J-Win now, of course, he's got a call. He's got 2 pair, and Andrew, though, with the wheel. It's time for him
But anyway,
to raise.
One thing I haven't had it, but I'm gonna get oysters and maybe I'll over
505, the old New Mexico bet. And Ming here, who turns the nut flush draw. Of course, he doesn't want to fold, but this is super awkward. This is a bet, a call, and a raise in front of you. Calling here is just like a death sentence to your chips. I mean, I say that, but he goes for it anyways. Of course, Rick now knows that his hand is complete dog shit, and he will be releasing it before long. The real question is what J-Win does. And I think he just is getting sort of a price to call, right? I mean, it's weird, but 340 pot will go up to 2K. Yeah, Rick does correctly just get out of the way. And J-Win is like, I mean, kind of have to see this river, right? Yeah, so he puts in a pink chip to call the extra $5. Is going to get $4.95 back. That's like going to the candy store and buying a piece of bubble gum with a hundy. We'll get this counted down and get this man his change. There we go. Stack it up all nice and neat and then just plow it over like, I don't know what the fuck. Let's get this over with. All right, so 3 players to a river here. Andrew out in front with the straight. Needs to dodge a diamond, ace, or 4, and he will. Makes a pair of kings to go with it, so straight with a pair of kings kicker for Andrew. J-Win checks it over. Really wanted to see an ace or a 4. Andrew now has to decide what size to go for. With 2K in the middle, I think you kind of have to go small if you're going to get called by anything. And yeah, 800. I mean, that seems about right. Maybe a little bit big. I mean, everything at this point just looks super value heavy, though. I mean, whether you bet 5 or 600 or 1,000, right? It just none of it really looks like anything other than a wheel. Yeah, I mean, Ming is able to fold his 2 pair, river 2 pair, which I mean, you just have to. And J-Win here, I don't think you can call. I mean, it sucks. It totally sucks. J-Win's just been through the ringer here tonight. I mean, I think he's probably feeling like this is marginal, but like, can I please get a win at the end of the stream? I mean, this is like a slam dunk fold, but sometimes you can talk yourself into a call in a spot like this. J-Win is going to make the call. And yeah, it's a straight. R Sactoid can't have a pair of kings kick in? That's 6 cards. Yeah, sure you can. You've never seen the it's 7 cards, really. Got to use all 7 then. Otherwise you can't use a pair of the kicker. That much you're correct. All right, J-Win does pay that one off, probably just a little bit out of frustration, and has seen some things. Have some PTSD, some JTSD after this. Let's go ahead and take a look. at the net earnings. Going into our final hand of the evening, Jay-Win has gotten whacked for 13. Slicer up nearly 9. Andrew, a little over 3. Rick, Ming, and Caitlin all up 1,000 or thereabouts. All right, final hand of the stream. Jay-Win in the straddle. No takers. Folds all the way over and around to Rick, who's got a couple of 10s. He's going to open this up. The Lurker asks, is it really a slam dunk fold? It's multi-way, and he's betting like 40% pot on the river. It's just never a bluff. And if he's not bluffing, then it has to be like the hand right below a straight. If it's not a straight, then it would have to be a set. You lose to that too. No one's going to bet a hand weaker than ace-4 for value for 800 there. It's just not going to happen. There just aren't any bluffs. It's really hard to bluff for that size. I just don't think anyone's doing it. Anyways, Bones has the baby pair once again, does make the call, sees the flop, checks, and gives it up. And that is going to do it. TCH Live Thursday, 510 uncapped. Gonna go down in history. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Look forward to seeing you guys next week, same time, same place, and tune in for all of our other TCH Live broadcasts starting on Monday after the, well, I guess we got the final table, whatever, stream on Saturday probably. So we'll see you guys all then. Take care. Good night. We'll see you next time.